Chapter 306. Palace Master Yin Yu, why did you bring me along? To take credit from the great Palace Master? I am still of some use to you. Tu Long was also brought along by Su Yu, and he laughed at himself. Su Yu looked at his empty right arm and said calmly, I have my reasons for bringing you along. Just follow me. Tu Long was shocked. After which, he let out a desolate smile. This trip to the dark forest does not bode well for me. If it is possible, I would like Palace Master Yin Yu to make a trip to the Forest of Darkness on my behalf to meet someone. Dark Forest? Su Yu did not respond. Originally, even without me, second brother would have gone. Unfortunately, since you surrounded the Blackwater pirates that day, I believe that he has already died in your hands, right? Tu Long said calmly. There was no hatred in his eyes. He knew how many tragedies the Blackwater pirates had caused to the Inu area. It was only natural for Su Yu to exterminate the Blackwater pirates. If I die, I hope that Palace Master Yin Yu will bring my ashes to the Tu family of the Anua city in the Forest of Darkness. Tell them that their unfilial descendants, Tu Long, have let them down. Tu Long's face was filled with disappointment. I will write a letter of divorce. They will give you a chance to enter the 10,000 soldier pool. Su Yu's brows creased slightly. 10,000 soldier pool, what is that? Unexpectedly, Hall Master and Fang, who was at the side, was shocked. She couldn't help but cry out involuntarily, Anua City's 10,000 soldier pool? How are you related to the Tu family? Palace Master and Fang had actually blurted out Tu Long's surname. Even Zhu Ruiting, who was in the Empire's headquarters, had a huge change in expression after hearing this. She said in shock, You, don't tell me you're from the Tu family of Anua City? Impossible. If you are from the Tu family, why are you here? Oh. Was the Tu family from the Dark Forest very famous? Tu Long laughed at himself. I'm just an unfilial descendant of the Tu family. I have no face to call myself a member of the Tu family. Su Yu looked toward Zhu Ruiting. Which force is the Tu family? If he remembered correctly, the Dark Forest was located at the border between the northern continent and the eastern continent. It was vast and boundless. Anua City was located in the northern continent. It was jointly controlled by the three great forces of the North Continent, the Snow Listening Tower, the Phoenix Cabinet, and the 100 Territories Alliance. What was going on with the Tu family? Zhu Ruiting did not dare to hesitate. The 8 surnames of Heaven and Earth, Legend of Qin, Bright Moon, Ghost Slaughters 10,000 Miles. These 8 surnames are the 8 most ancient surnames since the beginning of the world. Their time is as long as the Empire of Darknesses, long and endless. The Tu clan is one of the 8 great clans. They have been hiding in Anua City for a long time. I've heard Lord Bai Luo say that if you get the Tu clan, you will be able to rule the world. The reason was the Tu family's 10,000 soldier pool. The 10,000 soldier pool is rumored to be a divine artifact graveyard. Countless damaged divine artifacts are deposited in the pool. Originally, there was nothing special about this place. However, for countless years, every generation of the Tu family had used their special bloodline to irrigate the 10,000 soldier pool, causing it to mutate. The damaged divine weapons inside had fused with the bloodline of the Tu family members, and a mysterious spiritual liquid had been produced, which could activate divine weapon, initializing a divine artifact. Su Yu's heart suddenly shrank. This meant that once he obtained another's divine artifact, he would be able to forcefully erase its owner's mark and force it to recognize him as its master. The divine ice ring had followed Su Yu for such a long time, but he was still unable to recognize its master. The reason for this was that its master was the monarch of the divine ice ancient kingdom. Since the ring already had a master, Su Yu could only rely on his cultivation technique to forcefully unleash its power. However, he was only able to unleash less than 30% of its power. If he had entered the 10,000 soldier pool earlier, the divine ice ring would have recognized him as its master. However, it was now completely destroyed. First, leader Tai Mu was mostly destroyed. Finally, it was completely destroyed by the Blackwater pirates' first head. However, if he could obtain a divine artifact from such a mysterious spiritual pool, he would be able to easily recognize him as its master. It was hard to believe that such a nature-defying thing could exist in this world. No wonder Lord Bai Luo said that obtaining the two family would allow one to rule the world. An ancient family of the same era as the Empire of Darkness was indeed frightening. If he had the chance, he should go and take a look. Yes, I agree. Su Yu nodded his head lightly. Tu Long's eyebrows relaxed, and he let out a light laugh. Thank you. Time passed quickly, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The flying eagle descended upon the most central area of the sub-palace, Lingxiao Palace. A majestic palace stood on top of a towering cliff. Countless silver-clothed and black-clothed guards shuttled back and forth. It was an imposing sight. This place was the hub of the North Continent's sub-palace of the Empire of Darkness. Ling Xiaotian oversaw this place, commanding all the members of the Empire of Darkness in the North Continent. Tens of thousands of silver-clothed guards and black-clothed guards were scattered throughout the North Continent, carrying out various orders. They were searching for geniuses, gathering information on the North Continent, searching for universe treasures, elixirs, techniques, etc. The never-ending stream of silver-clothed guards and black-clothed guards in front of him was just the tip of the iceberg. The true sub-palace had yet to reveal its true appearance. Report your name. A few cold shouts came from above the clouds. It was a team of black-clothed guards blocking their path. Su Yu took out Palace Master Yin Yu's seal, stating his identity. So it is Deputy Palace Master Yin Yu. The Palace Master has orders for you to come to the Breeze Cabinet. The black-clothed guard's expression relaxed. The legendary 10th Deputy Palace Master, Su Yu, Palace Master Yin Yu, please follow us. The Breeze Cabinet was one of the 4 great pavilions of the Lingxiao Palace. The environment was quiet and comfortable, and it was only open to important guests. Under normal circumstances, even Deputy Palace Masters were not allowed to enter. Palace Master and Fang was secretly surprised. Palace Master Ling valued Deputy Palace Master Yin Yu more than expected, actually opening the Breeze Cabinet to show his support for Su Yu. The group sat down for a moment. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was the handsome Ling Xiaotian, as well as the white-haired, youthful Inspector Bai He. As his gaze swept past Inspector Bai He, Su Yu's pupils dilated, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. That day in the Alliance City, it was this person who was rude and unreasonable, insisting on killing Su Yu. To think that he would meet him again this time around. But Lord Bai Luo did not show himself. I am Inspector Bai He, under the orders of Lord Bai Luo to investigate the death of Deputy Palace Master Zongjian. Inspector Bai He had a stern expression, his sharp gaze piercing through Su Yu's body. Ling Xiaotian had a relaxed expression, waving his sleeves. Yin Yu, sit down. At the same time, he observed Su Yu with a smile. It was a casual glance, but his expression froze, his smile becoming more pronounced. Immortal Realm Level 1 peak? To have such a huge breakthrough in just a month, unbelievable. Before Su Yu joined, he was only Dragon Realm Level 5 peak. But now, he was Immortal Realm Level 1 peak. The improvement was unimaginable. Even the 1000 Spirit Elixir would not have such an effect. I am indebted to Palace Master's guidance. Su Yu smiled as he cupped his fists in response. Ling Xiaotian laughed, gratified. I did not judge wrongly, I have picked up a treasure. To think that Han Jianglin had used all sorts of methods to kill Su Yu. Such a talent had been defiled, a pearl covered in dust. Luckily, he had a discerning eye, accepting Su Yu as the 10th Deputy Palace Master. I think that Las Jilan is about to meet a strong opponent. Hua Jilan? Su Yu did not understand. It seemed like Hua Jilan was only Dragon Realm Level 7 peak. Why did Ling Xiaotian's tone sound like Su Yu was on par with her? Humph. Palace Master Ling, start dealing with this traitor who killed his fellow faction member. A discordant grunt destroyed the harmonious atmosphere. Inspector Bai He stared at Su Yu, his gaze cold. Chapter 307. Palace Master Ling, I am following orders to oversee this matter, you do not need to worry. Inspector Bai He said coldly. Ling Xiaotian's expression was calm. In my sub-palace, my vice-palace masters killed each other. Do you think I will not interfere? He. Inspector Bai He let out a fake smile. You can't even control your own vice palace masters. Why would you have the face to interfere? In other words, Ling Xiaotian was useless, allowing his subordinates to kill each other, resulting in losses. Ling Xiaotian only smiled without saying a word, wiping his face. Su Yu looked on from the side, feeling apologetic. Ling Xiaotian was busy every day, overseeing the affairs of the North Continent's sub-palace. However, he was delayed because of Su Yu, and was mocked because of Su Yu. Inspector Bai He, if you have the time to talk about others, you should first take care of your subordinates. Su Yu mocked. Whoosh, two sharp gazes looked as if they wanted to pierce through Su Yu. Lowering his eyelids, Inspector Bai He sat high up in the hall, looking down at Su Yu, speaking slowly. Did I allow a lowly deputy palace master like you to speak? In his eyes, Su Yu's status was not worth mentioning. Since you want to speak, let me ask you, do you admit to your crimes? Inspector Bai He looked down on Su Yu, questioning him. Su Yu laughed silently. Inspector Bai He was following orders to investigate, but before there was any conclusion, he was questioning Su Yu if he admitted to his crimes. Shaking his head, Su Yu said, Inspector, where did my crimes come from? Inspector Bai He let out a cold laugh. You still want to quibble at this point? Shui Yarrow and Vice Palace Master Feng Qing have already confessed that you killed him. Now that you are trying to deny it, I cannot compliment your character. Had the two of them confessed? Su Yu sighed. In front of the Empire, they were unable to maintain their bottom line and were forced to confess. Oh! Why was Zhong Jian killed? How did the two of them confess? Su Yu was calm, not panicking. Inspector Bai He's expression turned rigid, quickly concealing his emotions, laughing coldly. Why he was killed has nothing to do with this case, as long as you admit that you killed him. Looks like you have admitted to your crimes. Since that is the case, kneel and submit. With just a few words, he had sentenced Su Yu to death. He didn't ask about anything that was printed on it. Haha, Inspector Bai He, I am not dead yet. Ling Xiaotian did not bat an eyelid as he laughed lightly. However, everyone could hear the anger in his voice. Inspector Bai He was unmoved. The evidence is conclusive, what is there to argue about? According to the dynasty's laws, he should be beheaded. Ling Xiaotian held a teacup in his hand and casually said, Inspector Bai He, if you insist on acting willfully and treating human lives as grass, I don't mind returning to the headquarters and asking the King of Darkness to be the judge. The words King of Darkness was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing the cold and arrogant inspector by his expression to change. As the Grand Temple Master, he had a chance to be summoned by the King of Darkness once a year. He would be instructed in his cultivation or receive some simple rewards as a reward for guarding the 4 sub-temples. Apart from the 7 Lords of Darkness, the 4 Palace Masters were the only members of dynasty who could approach the King of Darkness. At that time, Ling Xiaotian would rather give up on guiding his cultivation and ask the Sovereign King to be the judge. Once this case was exposed, no one in the world could save him. His stiff expression gradually relaxed, his cold expression also becoming gentler. Palace Master Ling, what are you saying? I am acting on orders and will naturally deal with it impartially, treating everyone equally. Just now, I was merely testing Palace Master Yin Yu's reaction, and I did it on purpose. Hearing him try to smooth things over, Ling Xiaotian calmly said, as long as Inspector Bai He is going to deal with it impartially, I will not interfere. Continue. His attitude was as if he was ordering a subordinate. However, Inspector Bai He had a guilty conscience and could only endure it. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Su Yu. Speak. Did you kill Zhong Jian because you did not split the spoils evenly? Confess now and you will be treated leniently. If you resist, you will be punished severely. The other party was anxious to pin a crime on Su Yu, to the point of using such a method to lure him into a confession. Su Yu let out a faint smile, that is to say, whether or not I am guilty has not been determined. Inspector Bai He was furious. We are now investigating the severity of your crime. Cooperate with us and fight for leniency. If Su Yu cooperated with him, he would be the one to die faster. That is to say, my crime has not been determined. Su Yu's smile was cold. If that is the case, I would like to ask Inspector Bai He, if my crime has not been determined, Is it reasonable for leader Tai Mu to use my crime as a reason to kill me in front of everyone? Inspector Bai He raised his eyebrows, silently blaming Tai Mu. Tai Mu was too careless and allowed Su Yu to take advantage of the situation. If he were to return, he would definitely be punished. Just as he was about to speak, Ling Xiaoqian's eyes turned cold. Oh? A red-clothed guard offended his superior and tried to kill a vice palace master without any evidence. How daring! He should be executed for his crime. Wait. Inspector Bai He hurriedly said, Leader Tai Mu is an upright person, upright and plain-spoken. He would most likely threaten you verbally and would not dare to kill you. He then looked at Su Yu with a mocking smile. The fact that you are standing here unscathed proves everything. If he were to kill you, do you think that you would be able to face me in court unscathed? Ling Xiaoqian was silent. Indeed, Tai Mu might not dare to kill Su Yu. Upright and plain-spoken, upright person? Su Yu could not help but let out a laugh. Would the upright person allow a bandit who brought disaster to his people to escape and remain indifferent? Would the upright and plain-spoken person use his position to avenge a personal grudge and kill me? Looking at Inspector Bai He with a cold smile, Su Yu let out a laugh. Why am I standing here unscathed? It is not that he does not dare to kill me, but that when he does not kill me on the spot. What? Not only was Inspector Bai He shocked, even Ling Xiaoqian was shocked. Tai Mu had a cultivation of Immortal Realm Level 3, while Su Yu was merely Immortal Realm Level 1. How could he kill Tai Mu? But he quickly understood. The Inu Manor was Su Yu's territory. With precautions, it was not impossible for him to kill Tai Mu using numbers. Slap! The handle in Inspector Bai He's hand was shattered. His old face turned ugly, as if he was about to devour someone. You killed him? Tai Mu had not returned for a few days, and Inspector Bai He had a bad premonition. Su Yu's words proved everything. Su Yu laughed but did not speak. How dare you? You dare to kill a servant who is under orders? This inspector will not forgive you. Inspector Bai He was seething with anger. How daring was he to kill Tai Mu? How could he look down on him, the inspector? Su Yu said calmly, does that mean that Inspector Bai He thinks that a red-clothed guard killing an innocent vice palace master in front of everyone is within the law? His words stunned Inspector Bai He. Sensing Ling Xiaoqian's attention, he had an idea. In front of everyone, he could not become a laughingstock. Forcing himself to calm down, he said in a low voice, according to the law, he should be executed, but how could you make the decision on your own? But Su Yu forcefully interrupted him, since he should be executed, may I ask, how could a mere red-clothed guard be so daring? Did he receive an order from a superior? There was only one superior to Tai Mu, Inspector Bai He. Ling Xiaoqian's gaze was fierce. Inspector Bai He, the vice palace masters are geniuses that the Empire of Darkness is grooming. You have guts to kill them. Inspector Bai He's expression turned serious. Even he did not dare bear such a heavy crime. His dark expression changed, returning to his stern expression. I am the inspector who supervises the world, every word and action represents the Empire of Darkness. I remember the laws of the Empire of Darkness. How could I do such a disgraceful thing? I only ordered Tai Mu to bring you back for investigation. I did not order him to kill you. Based on my guess, since Tai Mu had a personal grudge against you, he must have been complying on the surface, using his position to take revenge. This matter has nothing to do with me. In no time at all, Inspector Bai He managed to put aside this matter. Su Yu laughed calmly. If that is the case, should Tai Mu be killed? The muscles on Inspector Bai He's mouth twitched, his heart suppressing the boundless hatred, but his expression was righteous. You dared to defy me on the surface, committing such a heinous crime, you deserve to die. Even if Palace Master Yin Yu does not punish you, I will personally execute you. As he swept his gaze past Su Yu, a cold murderous intent flashed past his eyes. Let's forget about Tai Mu's matter. Now, let's continue with Zong Jian's matter. Why did you kill him? Speak. Inspector Bai He was overbearing, interrogating Su Yu, as though he wanted to convict Su Yu. Su Yu's expression was calm. This kind of person colluded with the enemy and killed his own people. He is ungrateful, of course he should be killed. Ling Xiaoqian nodded. Tell me in detail. He naturally knew the characters of the 10 great Vice Palace Masters. Following which, Su Yu told him everything that had happened. Of course, he did not mention the relic. Shui Yarrow and Feng Qing also did not mention the relic. After all, the relic was not related to the case. There was no need for them to seek trouble. Knowing that Su Yu had saved Zong Jian twice, but was instead plotted against by Zong Jian. Furthermore, he had purposely let the second head of the Blackwater pirates escape, plotting to kill Shui Yarrow and Feng Qing. Ling Xiaotian's expression turned cold, sighing after a while, I am to blame for his death. Back then, I was in a rush to create the 10 great Vice Palace Masters. Hence, I focused on his talents, but neglected his character. I was unable to guide him in time. I am responsible for this. Seeing that the matter was about to be settled, Inspector Bai He let out a cold laugh. The two of you want to gloss over this matter? Let me ask you, who can testify for what happened that day? Just because you say that Zong Jian is ungrateful, does that mean he is ungrateful? He is a dead man, he would not jump out to argue with you. Su Yu said, didn't you interrogate Shui Yarrow and Feng Qing? I believe you have already heard the same thing from them. Hehe, the three of you share the same suspicion. Naturally, it is a tradition. Unless there is a fourth person to testify, the words of the three of you are not valid. A fourth person. Other than the three of them, how could there be a fourth person? If there is no fourth person, I have reason to believe that the three of you killed Zong Jian to silence him. Inspector Bai He was overbearing, determined to get what he wanted. If he did not take the opportunity to kill Su Yu, he would not be able to quell the hatred in his heart. Su Yu's eyes turned cold. What nonsense. With the situation at that time, how could there be a fourth person present? To force Su Yu into a corner, it was clear that he wanted to kill Su Yu. Ling Xiaotian creased his brows. Even though he knew Inspector by his intentions, his words were not without reason. Without a witness, the possibility of the three of them conspiring to kill Zong Jian still existed. He, who said there is no fourth person? Isn't he right in front of you? But at this moment, a mocking voice came from outside the loft. Inspector Bai He looked over, coldly saying, Who are you? Chapter 308. Didn't I say it before? The fourth person you are looking for. Tu Long's expression was calmly entering, not the least bit pressured by Inspector by his aura. I am the second head of the Blackwater pirates who wanted to assassinate them, Tu Long. Su Yu was shocked. Tu Long was willing to testify. If Tu Long was unwilling, even if Su Yu forced him, there was no need for Tu Long to agree. Thinking about how he had requested Su Yu to replace him and head to the Tu family of Anua City to return the ashes, Su Yu was silent. The words of a dying man were kind. Slaying the dragon was using the last of his life to repay the favor. All he wanted was for him to return to his roots. As he passed by Su Yu, Tu Long gave him a calm smile. Palace Master Yin Yu, please. Inspector Bai He had an unfriendly expression. You are saying that you are the true culprit who killed the Vice Palace Masters? Tu Long nodded. Yes. I am acting on orders. I can testify to everything Palace Master Yin Yu has said, it is all true. As for my identity, anyone in the Inu area would recognize me. With his testimony, everything would be revealed to the world. Inspector Bai His eyes were filled with warning, a hidden threat. Is that so? Please think about it carefully. Did you say something wrong? Unexpectedly, Tu Long sneered. Inspector Bai He, take a step back and you'll see the world. Leaving others a way out is also leaving yourself a way out. Don't push others too hard. Palace Master Yin Yu is a chivalrous person who values relationships. He does not deserve to die. His face turned red from the mocking. Inspector Bai He was furious, but his expression was calm. All right, the truth has been revealed. Vice Palace Master Zong Jian wanted to kill 3 Vice Palace Masters first. Yin Yu, Shui Yarrow, and Feng Qing resisted. They are not guilty. All of you, behave yourselves. Inspector Bai He stood up, his old eyes staring deeply at Yin Yu. He also glared at Tu Long, who had ruined things at the crucial moment, before leaving with hatred. The matter had been settled. All of you can leave. Yin Yu, stay. Ling Xiaotian's expression was calm. When only Su Yu and him were left in the loft, Ling Xiaotian calmly looked toward the sky, calmly saying, "How is Tu Long's identity?" What he was concerned about was Tu Long. No, to be more precise, it was Tu Long who dared to kill a Vice Hall Master. Su Yu shook his head and said, "The mastermind behind the Black Water Pirates is not him, but the first head." With a hint of surprise in his eyes, Ling Xiaotian asked, "What is the other party's identity?" "I don't know. Tu Long has not been able to find out the truth even after so many years," Su Yu reported honestly. Ling Xiaotian nodded lightly. "Ian, where are the Blackwater Pirates? I'll make a trip there myself." Daring to assassinate a deputy palace master of the Empire of Darkness, he was extraordinary. It's already too late. The Blackwater Pirates have already been silenced by that first master. Not even the fowls and dogs are spared. Only this second leader had lost an arm and survived. The reason I brought him here today is that I hope to hand him over to the Hall Master to deal with. This was the reason why Su Yu had brought Tu Long along. That mysterious leader was ultimately a hidden threat, so he had no choice but to inform Ling Xiaotian. "You sure are clean." Ling Xiaotian snorted coldly. In this way, the clues were completely cut off. "Dragon Slayer. I'll leave him to you," Ling Xiaotian muttered. Just now, Tu Long had stepped forward bravely to help Su Yu. Ling Xiaotian had seen this. Su Yu nodded, understood. Turning around, Ling Xiaotian let out a warm smile, looking at Su Yu with satisfaction. "In just a month, you have changed a lot. Your potential is shocking." "It is the palace master who has nurtured me," Su Yu replied gratefully. Thinking back, Ling Xiaotian had saved him twice, giving him the chance to enter the Empire of Darkness, and even giving him the chance to walk on a bigger stage. Outside the Luxian faction, when Lu Jun was about to strike, Ling Xiaotian had appeared and scared Lu Jun away, gifting him the immortal level technique, 9 Fingers of Imaginary Thunder. During the alliance meet, Ling Xiaotian had appeared to protect Su Yu. He had also invited Su Yu to enter the Empire of Darkness. Su Yu would never forget his kindness. "You did not disappoint me. Hence, I'll give you a chance to improve further." Ling Xiaotian clapped his hands mysteriously. Deep within the loft, a lady with a slender figure and a beautiful figure, wearing a veil, walked over leisurely like a fairy. Even though her face was veiled, one could see the stunning beauty beneath the veil. A pair of crescent moon-like eyes flashed with a faint smile. Under the silver mask, Su Yu's lips twitched. "Hua Jilan. Jilan, this is the new deputy palace master, Yin Yu. She is Hua Jilan, the 9th deputy palace master. She entered the Empire of Darkness 5 years before you. Both of you are from the 100 territories, please keep in contact in the future." Hua Jilan smiled as she curtsied, her crescent eyes sizing up Su Yu curiously. A moment later, she pouted, "You are only 16 years old, but you are already at Immortal Realm Level 1 peak. You seem to be stronger than me." It looked like a compliment, but her tone was full of mockery. She did not take him seriously. Ling Xiaotian laughed and shook his head, "Don't look down on him. Even Zong Jian lost to him." "Hey!" Hua Jilan's crescent eyes narrowed, staring at Su Yu without blinking. "Is that so?" Zong Jian was ranked 5th. As a new deputy palace master, Su Yu had to be impressed. "Palace Master Jilan, please take care of me in the future. Hehe, call me senior sister." Hua Jilan suddenly laughed, puffing out her chest. Among the 10 vice palace masters, there was no seniority to speak of among them. Su Yu laughed silently. This Hua Jilan was a little strange. "Yes, senior sister Hua." Su Yu laughed. On Shenyu Island, the 3 slaps on her buttocks had already written off all their grudges. "Inu, I will give you a chance to further your studies." Ling Xiaotian finally returned to the main topic. "I will arrange for you and Jilan to make a trip to Anua City. Through there, you will enter the Dark Forest to train. I will send people to protect you in secret, to ensure that you return safely from the Dark Forest." Training? Su Yu did not understand. The Dark Forest was said to be a dangerous place. Humans rarely stepped into it. Was there any training value in that place? Hua Jilan's eyes widened, surprised. "Is it finally my turn? Wait, I only got a chance after making a great contribution. Why can this lad, who has just arrived, go with me?" Hua Jilan curled her lips. He has made a great contribution, there are no objections. You will set off today. Ling Xiaotian did not give her a chance to refute, immediately saying, set off immediately? Su Yu did not understand. Palace Master, isn't this a little rushed? I need to make arrangements for the Inu area. This trip to Anua City would take at least a few months. He did not have time to make arrangements for the Inu area's affairs. There is no need. Time is of the essence, there is no time. Palace Master Ling Xiaotian hurriedly said, our Empire of Darkness has an extremely good training ground. However, according to the reports, there is a beast tide coming from the dark forest. It will quickly cover the training ground. If you are late, you will be delayed by half a year. You need to complete your training before the beast tide arrives. Beast tide? Su Yu and Hua Jilan creased their brows at the same time. Palace Master, I have something to report. Within the ocean, wild beasts and demonic beasts have all disappeared. It is extremely strange. Hua Jilan revealed what she had seen in the ocean. This was what Su Yu wanted to say. Palace Master, within the past half a month, there has been a beast tide in my Inu area, Su Yu said. Ling Xiaotian raised his brows. Oh? At the same time, there were signs of a beast tide in the ocean, the center of the northern continent, and the dark forest. This matter was a little strange. I will inform the headquarters of this information. You can train with peace of mind. You can set off now. Su Yu nodded, stepping out of the loft and walking toward Zi Yunxiang. Yunxiang, I need to travel to Anua City. Come with me, Su Yu said. Bringing her with him was the safest move. If she was left in the Inu area and captured alive by the mysterious first head, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zi Yunxiang was elated, obediently agreeing. After which, Su Yu looked toward Tu Long, calmly saying, if you really wish to return to the family, I think it would be better for you to go personally. Follow me to the dark forest. Tu Long could not believe his ears. You are not going to kill me? Su Yu's expression was cold. If I really have to bear the guilt, a living person is far more repentant than a dead person. Tu Long's face was filled with excitement, the gratitude in his heart indescribable. He looked deeply at Su Yu. I, Tu Long, will remember your kindness for as long as I live. Just like that, including Hua Jilan, the four of them quickly headed toward Anua City. Half a day later, they had passed through half of the sub-palace's area and were about to leave. However, just as the flying eagle was about to pass through the sub-palace's area, an extremely sharp spirit energy shot down from the clouds in the sky. The spirit energy was as thick as a small bucket. It was like a beam of light, sneakily attacking from the layer of clouds. Su Yu was cautious the entire way, keeping his vision within a 50-mile radius. Be careful. Just as there was a change in the layer of clouds, Su Yu had sensed it. He carried Zi Yunxiang and escaped from the giant eagle in time. As for Hua Jilan, she was slightly further away from Su Yu. Su Yu did not have the time to carry her away, and could only warn her. Rumble, bang, the spirit energy arrived in the blink of an eye. The giant eagle did not have time to react. It let out a pathetic cry on the spot, turning into grey dust. What a tyrannical spirit energy! Hua Jilan did not have time to dodge, but she did not panic. She was clearly only Dragon Realm level 7, but her body was releasing a faint glow. After which, her body dispersed, turning into a glow that filled the sky. After which, the glow gathered beside Su Yu, turning back into Hua Jilan. This scene caused Su Yu to be extremely shocked. What kind of strange secret technique was that? Her body turning into light, then gathering again? Such a horrifying secret technique was truly breathtaking, but at this very moment, Su Yu had no time to pay attention to it. He shot toward the clouds with a serious expression, coldly saying, "You are an inspector, but you want to launch a sneak attack. Aren't you ashamed?" Whoosh, the clouds suddenly disperse. A gust of wind blew past. 100 jong in front of Su Yu and his group, there was an elderly man standing with his hands behind his back, as if he had teleported. It was Inspector Bai He. His expression was cold, his face filled with righteousness. I represent the Empire's headquarters to capture and kill the traitors. You, Yin Yu, killed your own people, You deserve to die. Su Yu could not help but laugh. Half a day ago, you announced on the spot that you had investigated the matter thoroughly. That was Ling Xiaotian's corruption, affecting the fairness of the investigation. Now, I declare that you, Yin Yu, are guilty, and should be executed according to the law. Su Yu laughed in anger at his sophistry. I knew that an old thing like you would not let the matter rest. But if you want to kill me, just kill me. Why do you need to be so sanctimonious? Su Yu got into a defensive stance, but his heart was pounding. Inspector by his abilities were unfathomable, as if he was even stronger than Ling Xiaotian. In front of such a strong martial artist, Su Yu did not even have the chance to attack. Chapter 309. Yunxiang, Tu Long, and Palace Master Jilan split up and escape. Su Yu gave a light grunt. For Inspector Bai He to dare intercept them, it was clear that he was prepared to kill them all. The three of them had to split up in order for one of them to escape. Furthermore, if they had the chance to escape, Inspector Bai He would not dare kill them to prevent the matter from being exposed. As an inspector, I order all of you not to leave. If you dare take a step away, you will be punished according to the law. Inspector Bai He gave a stern scolding. Hua Jilan tidied up her messy clothes, her face filled with anger. Old man, don't you have any shame? It was fine for an inspector to launch a sneak attack, it was fine for him to kill someone for no reason. What was worse was that he was clearly trying to kill them all, yet he was still speaking with such righteous word. Let's go. Zi Yunxiang and the other two were intelligent people. They knew that if they could escape, they would be giving Su Yu a chance to live. Whoosh whoosh, the three of them immediately escaped in 3 different directions. As for Su Yu, he flew in the other direction. Even Inspector Bai He could not chase him in 4 different directions at the same time. However, Inspector Bai He did not panic at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. As the inspector, if I let you little kids escape from my hands, it would be the biggest joke in the world. 2nd grade clone technique. Buzz buzz, a shocking scene appeared. Inspector Bai He released a third of the spirit energy in his body, forming a silvery human figure. The outline was 90% similar to Inspector Bai He, and his abilities were at the terrifying Immortal Realm Level 4. A clone technique created using spirit energy. Whoosh whoosh, Inspector Bai He's clone chased after Hua Jilan, while his main body chased after Su Yu with a cold smile. Traitor, I, as an inspector, will execute you on the spot. But the one at a disadvantage was Hua Jilan. The clone's movement technique far surpassed Hua Jilan's, arriving in an instant. Hua Jilan had a bitter expression, wanting to cry, "Why are you chasing me? You brat, you've implicated me." Rumble, the clone's attack was ruthless and fast, a finger aimed at Hua Jilan's back. Hua Jilan was about to be killed. At this moment, creak in the sky, a transparent human figure suddenly appeared. A hoarse-old chuckle that was like a magnet came from the transparent figure. He. Inspector Bai He is in a good mood to be so ruthless towards a group of children. Why don't you try this old servant? The doppelganger abruptly raised its head. The spiritual energy all over its body vibrated, showing signs of dispersing. Hualala, the transparent human figure suddenly rippled like water and turned into thousands of raindrops, falling down in a downpour. Puff, puff. In the cold rain, the doppelganger had no way of dodging and was pierced through like a sieve. Finally, with a puff, it was annihilated on the spot. On the other side, Su Yu had just taken a few steps when Inspector Bai He appeared in front of him with his hands clasped behind his back. Brat, do you think that you, a mere deputy hall master, can escape from me? Inspector Bai He's eyes were filled with killing intent. You killed the commander of my guards, contradicted me, and violated my authority. Even if you die 100 times, you will not be able to atone for your sins. Inspector Bai He shouted coldly. A thick murderous aura assaulted Su Yu's senses, and he was greatly alarmed. Facing this person alone was far more dangerous than Han Jianglin. This person was on a completely different level from Han Jianglin. Finally putting on that righteous facade. In the end, you have just lost all your face and must kill me. Su Yu mocked without fear. With the other party's killing intent, any pleading or showing weakness would be unnecessary. Little beast. I will send you on your way now. Inspector Bai He revealed his murderous intent. Space transportation. At the critical moment, Su Yu had already prepared to use his space ability. A space energy enveloped his body, sending him 10 miles away. However, at the instant the power of space appeared, Inspector Bai He sneered in disdain. In front of me, you still dare to show off your insignificant space powers? Break. He casually flicked out a bolt of spirit energy. At that moment, the spirit energy around Su Yu became chaotic, causing the space energy to tremble. The transportation that was about to be completed was instantly broken. Su Yu's expression changed. This was the first time someone had broken a space ability head-on. Seal of time. Su Yu clenched his teeth, deciding on the spot. A purple dragon instantly coiled around Inspector Bai He's body. Even if it was only for a breath's time, it could buy him some time. But what caused Su Yu's expression to change was, "Hehe, you have many tricks up your sleeves. Unfortunately, I have said that everything is futile in front of me." Hee. With a low grunt, the formless purple dragon coiling around Inspector Bai He's body let out a dragon's roar and collapse. Su Yu's pupils dilated. There was actually someone who could break free of the seal of time. Just what kind of abilities did he have? Time control. Space vortex. As he retreated, Su Yu continuously increased the speed of time. At the same time, he created a space vortex in Inspector Bai He's body, distorting his heart. But time that was 3 times faster was not worth mentioning in front of Inspector Bai He. With a slight shake of his body, Inspector Bai He shattered the space whirlpool at his heart. After which, he took a seemingly normal step. But this step covered a distance of 1,000 feet, coming within 10 feet of Su Yu. At that moment, a boundless sense of death filled his heart. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The difference between them was too great, like a chasm. In front of him, Su Yu had no way of retaliating. Was he going to die in the hands of a villain? But at this moment, a frightening ripple suddenly radiated from beside them. A 10-foot-long crystal spear pierced through the air from the direction of the Lingxiao Palace, aiming for Inspector Bai He's chest. The cold expression of Inspector Bai He changed. Palace Garrison Divine Artifact, Broken Divine Spear. With a change in expression, Inspector Bai He had no time to care about Su Yu. He hurriedly revolved his spirit energy, forming a shield to block the spear. Crack! The shield shattered on the spot, unable to block the spear in the slightest. The long spear pierced through, piercing Inspector Bai He's chest. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his snow-white beard instantly dyed red. His chest was a mess of flesh and blood, with a bowl-shaped hole. With just one strike, he had heavily injured the unfathomably strong Inspector Bai He. What kind of terrifying divine artifact was the broken divine spear? Compared to it, the divine ice ring was not even worth mentioning. Whoosh! In a flash of lightning, a figure teleported over, holding the broken divine spear that was covered in blood. He was handsome and had an extraordinary aura. His light blue robe fluttered in the wind. His handsome face, which had always been calm, was now covered in frost. Inspector Bai He's eyelids twitched, staring at the broken divine spear, not daring to look away. Ling Xiaotian, you used the Palace Garrison divine artifact so casually? This is used to kill the enemy. How dare you use it on an inspector? I will definitely report this matter to the Lord and get him to make a decision. He was clearly the one who assassinated the Vice Palace Master, but the guilty party was the first to accuse him. Ling Xiaotian held the divine artifact, his gaze cold. Bai He. Do. You used the name of an inspector to force me to hand over the Vice Palace Master. I can tolerate this. You used Yin Yu's matter to punish him on the surface, but in reality, you were suppressing me. I can tolerate this as well. But you killed someone from the North Continent sub-palace. I cannot forgive you. Every dragon had a reverse scale, anyone who touched it would be killed. Ling Xiaotian had promised Su Yu that as long as he was around, Su Yu would be at ease. Since I used the broken divine spear, you have no chance of survival. I will personally report to the King of Darkness about using the broken divine spear. Now. Ling Xiaotian held the broken divine spear, pointing it at Inspector Bai He. Chapter 310. Inspector by his expression turned pale, retreating, shocked and afraid. Ling Xiaotian, do you wish to fight to the death? I was merely acting on impulse, muddle-headed for a moment. If you need it, I can apologize to you. Ling Xiaotian's expression was calm, muddle-headed for a moment. If not for me secretly following them, wouldn't they have all died because of your muddle-headed? I do not need your apology. What I need is justice for the children with your blood. A thread of murderous intent flashed past Ling Xiaotian's lips. He had slandered Su Yu in an attempt to kill him. His plan had failed, and he had despicably set up an ambush to kill Su Yu. This sort of person could only be resolved by killing him. Inspector by his expression was extremely ugly. Ling Xiaotian, think this through. You dare kill me? As an inspector, I am in charge of monitoring your every move. Killing me is equivalent to rebelling. If you stop now, it is not too late. Ling Xiaotian was filled with murderous intent. You do not have the right to monitor me. After I kill you, I will personally go to the headquarters to ask for forgiveness. So, be at ease on your way. Broken divine spear. With a low grunt, the crystal spear released a crystalline glow from within. A sharp glow that could destroy the world exploded in terror. Rumble, the ground shook, dark clouds covering the sky. Within 100 miles, all the birds and beasts scattered in all directions. The spirit energy in the 1,000-mile sky was in chaos. Wild winds blew, howling through the heavens. In just a moment, the world lost its color, the sun and moon losing their light. In the darkness, only the crystal spear released a dazzling glow. As if it was the only one in the world. Su Yu was shocked. This was the true power of the broken divine spear. The moment it appeared, the world lost its color. Inspector by his eyes were filled with fear, his old body trembling uncontrollably. Whoosh, without another word, Inspector by he turned to escape. The spear in Ling Xiaotian's hands vibrated, turning into a crystalline silver glow, piercing through the clouds. Creak. Inspector by he, who had just escaped a few steps, did not even have the time to scream before he was blasted into dust. A dignified admiral had died so easily under a divine weapon. Whoosh. Ling Xiaotian waved his hand, and the broken divine spear returned to his palm. The fluorescent light dissipated, and the world returned to normal. Su Yu's face was filled with shock as he stared at the broken divine spear in disbelief. This is one of the 12 divine weapons of the Empire of Darkness, the broken divine spear. The 5 great sub-palaces and the 7 great saints each have one. They have been passed down from ancient times and are the most destructive power of the Empire of Darkness. If one day, you become the Palace Master or one of the 7 Lords of Darkness, you will also have the chance to control one. Su Yu licked his lips excitedly. The Empire of Darkness' most destructive power? With the suppression of these 12 divine weapons, it was no wonder that the Empire of Darkness's luck did not decline even after 10,000 years. However, from Inspector by his words, it was not hard to tell that the price of using the 12 divine weapons was extremely high. At this moment, Su Yu noticed that although Ling Xiaotian's expression was calm, his face was slightly pale, and there was no spiritual energy in his body. A single strike had depleted a deputy hall master's stamina and spiritual energy. All right, I am fine. Both of you can continue your journey with a peace of mind. Remember to come back as soon as possible. I have other important matters for you and Jilan. Ling Xiaotian gently stroked Su Yu's head, smiled kindly, and left. After that, Hua Jilan, Zi Yunxiang, and Tu Long returned. That was a palace garrison divine weapon. Hua Jilan's crescent moon eyes were filled with seriousness. She looked at Su Yu with a profound gaze. The group continued their journey. Hua Jilan's gaze fell on Su Yu from time to time, causing him to feel uncomfortable. Half a day later, when they were resting along the way, Hua Jilan approached, staring at Su Yu. Can you tell me why Palace Master Ling chose you to become the 10th Deputy Hall Master? Su Yu was surprised. It is just Palace Master Ling's undeserved favor. However, Hua Jilan shook her head. No. Palace Master Ling's eyes are more vicious than anyone else's. He would definitely not make a mistake. The fact that he handed the nameless area over to you proves everything. Su Yu could not help but laugh. The nameless area is barren. What value does it have? I was the last to arrive, and I had no other choice. Haha, what if I told you that Palace Master Shen Kong had always wanted your territory? Even if he did not mind using his rich Shen Kong area to exchange for it. Hua Jilan's crescent moon eyes narrowed, as if she wanted to see something in Su Yu's eyes. Hey! Palace Master Shen Kong? The nameless area's neighbor was Palace Master Shen Kong. This was the strongest Deputy Hall Master among the 10 great Deputy Hall Masters. Palace Master Shen Kong? He coveted the barren land of the nameless area. Not only him, the other Deputy Hall Masters, including me, once wished to take control of this territory, but were all rejected by Palace Master Ling. The 10 great Deputy Hall Masters were fighting over that barren land. You do not seem to know the importance of your territory. Hua Jilan said, do you know that it is known as the North Continent Central Area? Su Yu knew about this. The Empire of Darkness was located in the center of the North Continent. Coincidentally, the Inu area was located in the center of the North Continent. What is the significance of just being the central area? Su Yu did not understand. Hua Jilan had an envious expression. Do you know that the North Continent's central area is the birthplace of the Empire of Darkness? In the history of the Empire, the first time the Empire of Darkness descended upon the Zhonlong continent was in the nameless area. This area has a deep significance, and it is equivalent to the luck of the Empire of Darkness. Every generation, there would be a mysterious fighter sent by the King of Darkness to protect it. An ordinary Hall Master does not have the right to govern it. I do not understand why Palace Master Ling would hand it over to a little kid like you. Pouting, Hua Jilan had an indignant expression. Does Palace Master Ling treat you too well? In fact, he did not hesitate to use the Palace Garrison divine artifact to save you. Su Yu was shocked. The nameless area had such a history. Moreover, the King of Darkness had personally sent a mysterious fighter to protect it. Who was that mysterious fighter? Where was he in the Inu area? Forget it, it seems like you do not know anything. Hua Jilan observed Su Yu's expression secretly, confirming that he did not know anything. She lost interest. Let's hurry. The beast tide is approaching, we cannot waste any time. After resting for a moment, the 4 of them continued their journey. What no one knew was that, at the battleground, amidst the dust, there was a sudden movement. A crack appeared on the ground. An old hand crawled out from within the crack. Looking over, the person who appeared was Inspector Bai He, who should have been dead. His body was festering, his aura weak, his face pale. His cultivation level had fallen to Immortal Realm Level 3 peak, not even comparable to a clone. Crawling out, Inspector Bai He's face was filled with fear. The power of the 12 divine artifacts is indeed unfathomable. If not for my second-grade clone technique breaking through to top class a month ago and being able to create 2 clones to hide from Ling Xiaotian, I would have died here today. But even if he survived, his body was severely injured, his cultivation level dropping. Feeling the weakness of his body and the drop in his cultivation level, Inspector Bai He's old face was filled with hatred, like a ferocious ghost. Ling Xiaotian, you and I are irreconcilable. Whoosh, he took out a paper crane from his robes. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the paper crane flew in the direction of the middle continent. Inform Lord Bai Luo that Ling Xiaotian is using the divine artifact recklessly. The time is ripe. The paper crane nodded its head like a human, turning into a blood-red afterimage, disappearing into the horizon. Following which, Inspector Bai He looked in Su Yu's direction with hatred. Ling Xiaotian, I will make you wish you were dead. Since you did not allow me to kill them, I will kill them all. Whoosh. Chapter 311. 1 month later. The border between the northern continent and the eastern continent. Standing above the 9 heavens, as far as the eye could see, the horizon was an endless dense black forest. It was like a raging wave, swaying in the depths of the sky. It was impenetrable, vast, and long, giving off a sense of oppression. That was the dark forest. It was a primordial land that had not been visited by humans for tens of thousands of years. It was rumored that the depths of the dark forest were where all sorts of demonic beasts gathered. It was a forbidden ground for humans. Apart from a few talented humans who could live there, normal humans would not be able to return once they entered. At the edge of the Black Forest, there was a towering giant, majestic like the last fortress guarding the borders of the human race. Looking from afar, there was a long stream of people entering and exiting the city. Hua Jilan looked at the sky, her tone filled with respect. Anue City is filled with powerful fighters. It does not belong to any of the northern continent's factions. Once we enter, our identities are no longer important. We must not keep a low profile. Anue City's geographical location was unique, similar to the Empire of Darkness. The three superpowers of the northern continent, the Snow Listening Tower, the Cabinet of the Phoenix, and the 100 Territories Alliance, could not govern the city independently. As such, many unknown fighters had gathered in Anue City. Among them were traitors from the three factions, as well as experts who had concealed their identities. In fact, there were people from the superpowers who had entered the Dark Forest through Anue City to train. Tu Long looked at the familiar Anue City and sighed. It has been 10 years since we last met. Who would pity the return of a prodigal son? Hey! Su Yu creased his brows. Tu Long seemed willing to return to the Tu family, but he was a little hesitant. Could it be that he was afraid of returning home? Shaking his head, Su Yu arrived at the city gate with the other three. The entrance was heavily guarded, and the restrictions on those who entered were extremely strict. Do I need to pay a certain amount of money to enter? Su Yu asked. It was not strange for some cities to collect money from those who entered in order to gain wealth. Hua Jilan pointed at a stone tablet at the city gate that was as tall as the city walls. There is no need for money, just proof of your abilities. Anue City is filled with all sorts of people. If you are not strong enough, you will most likely end up in a miserable state if you enter. Thus, we purposely limit the cultivation of those who enter. Those who do not meet the requirements are forbidden from entering. This way, we can prevent chaos in the city where the strong bully the weak. As long as you have reached the Dragon Realm and above, you can enter. The test method is to place your palm on the stone tablet and gather all the spiritual energy in your palm. The stone tablet will give you the corresponding test result. Those who pass can enter. Everyone nodded and walked forward to line up silently. They waited patiently for a full hour under the blazing sun. Finally, it was their turn. I'll go first. Hua Jilan personally demonstrated. She walked to the front of the stone tablet, placed her white and clean hand on the stone tablet, and silently gathered spiritual energy in her palm. ZZ, the green stone tablet suddenly emitted waves of green halos. Dragon Realm Level 7 Pinnacle, qualified. Enter. Beside the stone tablet, an old man of Immortal Level 1 said indifferently. Hua Jilan entered the city lightly and waited for Su Yu in the city. Next. The old man didn't even lift his eyelids as he sat proudly beside the stone tablet and ordered calmly. Su Yu moved his feet and was about to walk forward. At this moment, a cold wind assaulted him from the side, pushing Su Yu aside. It was a green-robed young man, about 20 years old. He was handsome and elegant. His cultivation level was not weak. He was Immortal Level 3. He was Immortal Level 3 at the age of 20. In terms of talent, he was above the 4th Deputy Palace Master, and Fang. He held a folding fan in his hand, the tip of the fan casually pointing at Su Yu's chest. He forcefully pushed Su Yu's body away, opening up a wide path. At the same time, the folding fan was pointed at Su Yu's chest, preventing him from going forward again. His eyes did not even look at Su Yu. He elegantly turned his head and looked behind him. Senior Wei, you go first. Su Yu creased his brows. It was fine if he cut the queue. It was a matter of character. But to use the folding fan to poke his chest and forcefully open up a path for someone else was rude. Let go. Su Yu was still calm. But the young man ignored him, still smiling as he looked at Senior Wei. He slowly walked to the front of the stone tablet. It was as if he did not hear the person beside him speaking. At this moment, Senior Wei walked over along the path. He was only 20 years old. He was tall and had a head full of flowing black hair. His facial features were handsome and he had an extraordinary aura. What was even more frightening was that his aura was faintly emitted. Immortal Level 3 Upper Tier. Everyone turned to look at him wherever he passed. especially the ladies waiting in line. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Wei Tianchen seemed to enjoy such gazes. He slowly walked toward the stone tablet. The old guard creased his brows, his expression unfriendly. But when he felt the powerful aura of the two of them, he suppressed his impatience. When Wei Tianchen slowly walked to the front of the stone tablet, he casually placed his palm on the stone tablet, leisurely gathering spirit energy. At that moment, the green stone tablet let out a red glow. It's the immortal realm. Green represents dragon realm, red represents immortal realm. What terrifying talent! He has already reached the immortal realm at the age of 20. Buzz buzz, the stone tablet let out a light sound, a row of words glowing. What? Immortal level 3 upper tier. The crowd gasped. The impatient old man's face trembled violently. His eyes were filled with respect. He stood up unknowingly, his expression respectful. Immortal level 3, please enter. His tone was completely different from how he treated Hua Jilan. Wei Tianchen enjoyed being the center of attention. His expression was calm. In the silence, he walked into the city with his hands behind his back. But at this moment, a discordant voice could be heard. Are you deaf? I told you to move your hand away. Su Yu creased his brows, repeating himself. His voice was not loud. But in such a quiet environment, it was hard for the crowd not to hear him. Many pairs of eyes shot toward the silver-masked, silver-haired youth. His face could not be seen clearly. Only his unique silver hair attracted the attention of the crowd. The youth, who had his fan pointed at Su Yu's chest, wanted to pretend that he did not hear Su Yu's words, but had no choice but to turn his head. A handsome face had a faint smile. However, it was not a smile, but a sneer. So you were talking to me? The youth examined Su Yu from head to toe, shaking his head and sighing. Remember to speak louder next time. When you are inconspicuous, you must learn to shout with all your might. That way, you might be able to attract attention. In other words, Su Yu was too small in front of him. I am only asking you to move your fan away. Why are you speaking so much nonsense? Su Yu ignored him, the spirit energy in his body vibrating. SSSSS, he exerted his strength, the spirit energy traveling through the fan to the youth's palm. Caught off guard, his wrist hurt, and he instinctively retracted it. Lad, you. The youth shook his aching wrist. His sneer disappeared, replaced by a cold expression. Chapter 312. The youth was furious. Just as he was about to explode, he heard Wei Tianchen's displeasure. Why are you wasting time? Get over here. The youth was startled, suppressing his anger. He glared at Su Yu, then headed toward the stone tablet to check his spirit energy. Immortal Realm Level 3 lower tier. At that moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Has the world gone mad? Another super genius of Immortal Realm Level 3. Where did the two of them come from, to be so outstanding? The two of them entered the city leisurely. The youth followed behind Wei Tianchen, his anger still lingering. Senior Wei, why didn't you let me vent my anger just now? That kid looked down on us. If we don't punish him, the reputation of the Snow Listening Tower will be destroyed. Wei Tianchen walked in front, his handsome face slightly dark. Humph. Being calculative with a small fry will damage the reputation of the Snow Listening Tower. Furthermore, we have come to Anua City to train. We have to rush to the Phoenix Cabinet within a month to participate in the North Continent's Phoenix Meet. We have no time to waste. Hearing about the Phoenix Meet, the youth's expression turned serious. Yes, Senior is right. The two of them were the disciples of the North Continent's #1 superpower, the Snow Listening Tower. At the city gate, the examiner sent the two of them off, his eyes filled with respect, to think that they are two of the 4 great sons of the Snow Listening Tower. The new generation truly excels the old, each generation has its own talents. After sighing, the examiner regained his indifferent expression, sitting down once again. He lifted his eyelids arrogantly, calmly looking at Su Yu, shaking his head, young and impetuous, ignorant and fearless. This is as far as you will go. All right, you have already delayed for a long time, why aren't you coming over? If you do not wish to enter the city, I will grant you your wish. The examiner glared at Su Yu, letting out a roar. His attitude was unbridled, his arrogance extraordinary. Su Yu laughed angrily. "Old man, don't you think this is a joke? They cut the queue boldly, you did not stop them. They were slowly testing, wasting time, you did not persuade them. They created trouble out of nothing, finding trouble with me, you did not stop them. But now, you are speaking to a junior like me, saying that I am wasting time. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Su Yu's words were sharp and went straight to the point. The old man was stunned. Then, his face darkened and he said in an unfriendly tone, "Are you talking to me?" His old body stood up slowly. The aura of an immortal level 1 lower tier scared a large number of people away, creating a large empty space. Everyone was alarmed. This silver-haired youth was too reckless. Not only did he offend two immortal level 3 super geniuses, he also spoke bluntly, making it difficult for the elderly examiner to step down. Although they sympathized with Su Yu, as he had indeed gone overboard in testing the old man, they knew that it was the right thing to do in this world to put one's own safety before things go awry. However, Su Yu did not restrain himself. Instead, he spoke bluntly and coldly. "Apart from you, who else could it be?" He was afraid of their strength and turned a blind eye to their actions. Instead, he was full of praises. "To people like me who are obviously not as good as them, yet they speak so harshly and scold so easily. How can a coward like you, who bullies the weak and fears the strong, be qualified to sit at the examination table?" The whole place was dead silent. Was this kid's brain muddled? He actually dared to say such disgraceful words. The elderly examiner's expression was gloomy. "Kid, you insulted the manager of our newer city. I suspect that you have ill intentions. Come with me." He was so angry that he wanted to laugh. In all these years, there had never been someone who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and behaved atrociously in our newer city. If he did not teach Su Yu a lesson, where would he put his face? Where would the dignity of our newer city be? However, what caused the elderly examiner to laugh in anger was that not only did Su Yu not show any signs of remorse, he even attacked. A bolt of purple lightning streaked past the tip of his finger, heading toward the elderly examiner. He had wanted to casually block it. However, when the lightning neared his body, the elderly examiner realized that the weak lightning contained a destructive power. A weak bolt of lightning landed on his body, causing his old body to tremble violently. The spirit energy in his body was unusually violent, and he could not control it. His body was limp and numb. Not only that, he could not even speak. He could only watch as Su Yu pointed his finger at him. His heart was in a state of shock. A mere remnant power had caused him to be unable to retaliate. What kind of peerless ability was this? Seeing the lightning strike, the elderly examiner's expression turned pale. His legs trembled involuntarily, his throat dry. He was filled with regret. He had offended a powerful fighter in a moment of carelessness. The elderly examiner closed his eyes in fear. However, the pain he expected did not appear. Instead, a gust of wind brushed past his body. After that, the stone tablet let out a buzzing sound. The crowd let out a gasp. Immortal Realm Level 2 lower tier. My God, he is only 16 years old. In terms of talent, he is above those two youths. Hiss. Another super genius has appeared. The elderly examiner's body returned to normal. He turned to look at the words on the stone tablet, his pupils dilating to the size of a needle. Immortal Realm. Level 2, Su Yu calmly said, "Do you still want me to follow you?" Hearing this, the elderly examiner's face turned red. He was ashamed. Putting aside the fact that Su Yu had such talent, he definitely had a shocking background. Just based on his abilities alone, he was not someone an Immortal Realm Level 1 lower tier could offend. Bowing, the elderly examiner was embarrassed. "Mister, please enter. Do your job properly. It is not advisable to judge a book by its cover." Su Yu could not be bothered to argue with him, entering the city with his hands behind his back. The elderly examiner wore an ashamed expression, gratefully bowing to Su Yu. Regardless of whether it was a friendly reminder or the mercy he had shown Su Yu previously, both were worthy of this bow. After that, the elderly examiner's attitude became more proper. Zi Yunxiang easily entered. When it was Tu Long's turn, The elderly examiner was slightly stunned. You look a little familiar. Tu Long let out a laugh. I am merely a returning prodigal son. Nodding his head, the elderly examiner did not ask any further questions. The four of them entered the city, immediately searching for a spacious and simple inn. Hua Jilan and Su Yu were having a secret conversation. Our training grounds only open when the moon is full. Our journey this time around is rather fast, hence we are a few days ahead of schedule. Let's wait patiently. Hua Jilan had been rushing all the way. Once she sat down, she could not help but stretch. Her slender figure was beautiful and elegant under the dim light. Especially her alluring waist, it made people want to stop. The urge to ravage her. Su Yu froze, an indescribable restlessness flashing past his mind. It's happening again. Su Yu forcefully suppressed his evil thoughts. He could not remember how many times he had lost control of his thoughts. All right. If there is nothing else, I will return to my room to rest. Su Yu forced himself to remain calm, getting up hurriedly, unwilling to stay any longer. Hua Jilan rolled her eyes at him. It was a mischievous look, but she suddenly noticed that Su Yu was acting strangely. Chapter 313. As she spoke, she took light steps forward and teased, if you are willing to take off your mask, I will give you a kiss. How could she not be curious about Su Yu's silver mask, which he never took off? She didn't know why, but she always felt that Su Yu was someone she was familiar with. But she could not remember who he was. It was no wonder she could not recognize Su Yu. Firstly, when they had met on Shinyu Island, Su Yu's voice was hoarse and had yet to recover. His voice now was completely different. Secondly, his cultivation level had changed greatly. When they had met on Shinyu Island, he was only Dragon Realm level 5. Now, he was Immortal Realm level 1 peak. It was difficult to connect the two. Su Yu rolled his eyes. Teasing her had deepened his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu walked out while he was still calm. Senior sister, rest. I will return to my room. Just as Su Yu was about to open the door, the waiter's voice came from outside. Both of you are here. Apologies, but please forgive us. The store has been booked. Would the both of you like to stay elsewhere? The waiter said, we cannot afford to offend the person. Please be considerate. We are willing to compensate you double the cost of the trip. Su Yu raised his brows. Oh, booked. Who? If they had not checked in, they would not have any objections if someone had booked the store. However, they had already checked in, yet the person who came was so rude and unreasonable as to rent out the inn and chase them away. Thud, thud, footsteps could be heard coming from the staircase. Of course it is someone you cannot afford to offend. Letting you go now is for your own good. You might not be able to leave later. The person had yet to arrive, but his arrogant words had already reached them. Following that, a short, plump man with his hands clasped behind his back walked up to the waiter. Trash. You can't even do this. He was about 20 years old, but his cultivation level was average, only Dragon Realm level 5. Su Yu felt like he had seen this person somewhere before. It was as if he had only seen him once in a crowd. Did you hear what I said? I asked you to leave. The plump man looked at Su Yu and the rest with his nose in the air. But when his gaze landed on Su Yu, it froze. His arrogant face froze on the spot and gradually turned pale. His body trembled slightly and the sound of him swallowing came from his throat. His eyes stared at Su Yu, and they were as wide as bronze bells. Deep within his eyes, there was fear and hatred. He said with a trembling voice, You are. Inu. Hatred. Killing intent flickered in Su Yu's eyes as he coldly asked, Do you know me? Being questioned by Su Yu, the slightly plump young man's face turned the color of a pig's liver. He let out a shriek, stomped on the stairs, and frantically ran down the stairs. Everyone looked at each other. Zi Yunxiang, who had rushed over after hearing the news, looked at Duanyu's departing figure and said thoughtfully, Isn't he called Duanyu? During the alliance meet, he fought with me before. At that time, his abilities were only at Dragon Realm level 4. Now, he should be accepted into the Shintian Manor. Duanyu. Su Yu found the name familiar. However, the fact that the people of Shintian Manor were here meant that, Sure, several gusts of wind came from the staircase. One of them seemed to have teleported and reached the second floor before the others. He had an imposing figure, a sanctimonious appearance, and an extraordinary aura. When he saw Su Yu, he released a monstrous killing intent. A frightening aura that was close to Ling Xiaotian's spread. Zi Yunxiang's breathing stopped, and she found it difficult to breathe. Her body was stiff, but her eyes were filled with deep hatred. Han, Jiang, Lin. Her family had been destroyed, and it was all because of Han Jianglin. To think that they would meet today. Her deep hatred caused Zi Yunxiang to lose her rationality. At this moment, a large hand gently landed on her shoulder. The aura that had suppressed her to the point where she could not move was alleviated. Su Yu and Han Jianglin looked at each other, their hearts filled with surprise. As the Alliance Master of the 100 Territories Alliance, why had he come to Anua City? Haha, Alliance Master Han, I trust you have been well since we last met. It has been half a year, but you are still as elegant as ever. Your nature of bullying the weak is still the same. Su Yu laughed indifferently. He did not feel much of a burden from the other party's aura. Back then, when Han Jianglin attacked at close range, his entire body turned rigid, the spirit energy in his body stagnant. He did not even have the strength to retaliate. But now, he could resist more than half of the aura. Han Jianglin's eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent, but he forcefully suppressed it. The current Su Yu was the Deputy Palace Master of the Empire of Darkness, and his status was high. If he were to kill him in front of everyone, what awaited him would be the fury of the Empire of Darkness. That was not something he could bear. Yin Yu, it has been half a year, and you have improved so much. Congratulations. Han Jianglin clenched his teeth, forcefully suppressing the urge to kill Su Yu. Su Yu laughed as usual. Same to you. I wonder how your son's injuries are. Creak. Han Jianglin clenched his fists, his body releasing a cold killing intent. He had already restrained himself to the limit. His eyes were bloodshot, like an extremely furious beast. He clenched his teeth so hard that they made a cracking sound. Thanks to you, he is already dead. That day, he had been beaten half to death by Su Yu, with only his last breath. And the most important flesh regeneration elixir had been won by him in front of everyone at the Alliance meet. Other than death, he could not think of any other way for him to live. Su Yu shrugged. I see. My condolences, Alliance Master Han. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, two more people came up. A man and a woman. The man was a youth, about 20 years old. He had an ordinary appearance, but his aura was sinister. His eyes narrowed into slits as he looked at people, giving off the feeling of a venomous snake. But his abilities were at Immortal Realm Level 3 lower tier. The other woman was slightly older, about 30 years old. Her appearance was ordinary, her expression cold and arrogant, pushing people away. But her abilities were ridiculously strong, at Immortal Realm Level 3 peak, just a step away from Immortal Realm Level 4. The man did not have the time to look at Su Yu and his group, saying in shock, Master, that Yin Yu really came? Master? Zi Yunxiang, who was standing behind Su Yu, shot a sharp gaze toward the man, her hatred rising again. She mocked, Jiao Kang, one of the 3 heavenly kings of the Shentian Manor in the past, has changed so quickly, acknowledging a thief as his master. My father treated you well when he was at the Shentian Manor. The young man was Jiao Kang. Hearing what was said, he looked over, his expression turning serious. Yunxiang. She was the #1 beauty of the Shentian Manor in the past, the daughter of the housemaster. Who in the Alliance continent did not see her as a fairy in their dreams? Jiao Kang was born in poverty, and Housemaster Zi was a mythical being that he looked up to. His daughter was beautiful and had a noble status. He had secretly hoped many times that he could marry Zi Yunxiang and become Housemaster Zi's son-in-law. But things had changed with the passage of time. Housemaster Zi's fate was unknown, and Han Jianglin had become the supreme being of the 100 territories of the Alliance continent. When Han Jianglin asked him if he was willing to become Alliance Master Han's disciple, he did not think for long, immediately becoming Alliance Master Han's disciple. Chapter 314. As for the other 2 heavenly kings, They had rejected Han Jianglin's offer and were imprisoned. That was the treatment of the super geniuses. The rest of the students who did not comply were all massacred. The number of students in the Shentian Manor was halved. Facing Zi Yunxiang again, Gao Kang's extravagant hopes faded. All that was left was regret and the dissatisfaction of not being satisfied. Yunxiang, listen to my explanation. Alliance Master Han is talented and ambitious. Under his leadership, the geniuses of the 100 territories will have a future and walk towards glory. Yunxiang, please let go of your hatred and forgive Alliance Master Han. He is not as narrow-minded as you think. If you are willing to return, I think Alliance Master Han will give you a chance. Zi Yunxiang was speechless. When her father was still in power, he had helped the 3 great heavenly kings with all his might, focusing on nurturing them. But Gao Kang had turned around and acknowledged the enemy as his teacher. That was fine, but he had actually praised the enemy who killed her father. Could it be that when her father was still in power, the Shentian Manor did not have a future? Furthermore, he had even asked her to forgive the enemy who killed her father in such a dignified manner. She was filled with righteousness. Seeing that Zi Yunxiang was silent, Gao Kang thought that he had shaken Zi Yunxiang's heart. His tone was gentle and filled with emotion. Yunxiang, come back. Why not return to the Shentian Manor? You will still be a princess. If you are willing, I can accompany you for the rest of your life. Just as he was filled with emotion, a cough broke the atmosphere. Cough cough. That Gao Kang, right? Su Yu grabbed Zi Yunxiang's slender waist, calming her trembling body. You are indebted to Housemaster Zi. You have turned to the enemy. You are an ungrateful person. You do not need to suck up to Alliance Master Han to clear your name. You will always be an ungrateful person in this life, and you will never be able to clear your name. Advise Yunxiang to forget about her father's death. You are devoid of conscience and worse than a beast. Do not be so shameless as to advise others to be like you. Su Yu shook his head in disappointment, looking toward Han Jianglin. You have a good eye. If he could betray Housemaster Zi today, he could betray you tomorrow. This kind of ungrateful person is worse than a beast. Alliance Master Han, are you so hungry that you cannot be choosy? Do you want to take anyone under your wing? Gao Kang's face turned red from the continuous mocking that hit the nail on the head. What he hated the most was people mocking him for being ungrateful. You shut up. I'm thinking for Yunxiang's sake. Who do you think you are? How dare you spread your lies here? Also, get your filthy hands off Yunxiang. Su Yu was still hugging Zi Yunxiang. When he felt that her body was gradually stabilizing, he was slightly relieved and let go of her subconsciously. However, Zi Yunxiang continued to lean on Su Yu, as if she was a helpless girl who was unwilling to abandon a safe harbor. This scene caused Gao Kang's heart to ache. The #1 goddess of the 100 Territories Alliance, the fairy of countless people's dreams, was already in Yin Yu's grasp. Let me say it again, give me. Su Yu interrupted him mercilessly and furrowed his brows in disgust. You can do ungrateful things, but you won't allow others to talk about it. Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Look at your face. Everyone hates you. To Su Yu, who valued favors and relationships, ungrateful people were undoubtedly the people he hated the most in his life. You. Gao Kang was furious, his eyes about to spit fire. Han Jianglin, who was at the side, had an ugly expression. Yin Yu, this place has been booked by me. You can leave now. He did not want to be entangled with Su Yu. At least, it was not the time. Unexpectedly, Su Yu was calm and composed, standing with his arms crossed. You want me to leave, and I will leave. I will stay here first. You can stay here if you want. Gao Kang shouted angrily. Don't be so shameless. We have already spoken nicely to you. You want to do it the hard way? Su Yu calmly looked over. If you are so powerful, you can book the entire Anua city. If you are so capable, why do you need to stay in a small inn? Speaking of which, the inn was ordinary and not eye-catching. It did not have any luxuries to speak of. However, Han Jianglin booked the entire place in one go, causing Su Yu to guess. It was as if Han Jianglin did not wish to do things in a high profile, choosing such a secluded and quiet place to stay. Moreover, he booked the entire place to prevent others from being around. Could it be that he wanted to do some shady business? Gao Kang's face turned red from the humiliation. If not for Han Jianglin being present, he would have pounced forward and torn Su Yu's mouth into pieces. Han Jianglin glared at Su Yu coldly. It's a small world. Yin Yu, you'd better watch yourself. Let's go. This place has already caused a commotion. The possibility of him being exposed has increased. There is no benefit in arguing here. Gao Kang was indignant. However, he could only suppress his anger and leave with Han Jianglin. After the crowd had left, Su Yu's gaze flashed. Waiter, did anything big happen in Anua City recently? The waiter froze. Could it be that you are not here for the two families' auction? Hey! Su Yu and Hua Jilan raised their brows at the same time. The waiter laughed. So you really do not know. The two families' auction is held twice a year. They would send out invitations to all the powerhouses in the North Continent. You should not belong to any powerhouse, hence you did not receive the invitation. Thinking back to the four sons of the Snow Listening Tower, Su Yu understood. If that was the case, would the Phoenix Cabinet send someone? Would Xiana come? Su Yu's heart warmed, filled with anticipation. Hua Jilan pondered. Two families' auction? What's so special about the auction? The waiter shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Hehe, there is nothing special about the two families' auction. It is just that it is close to the Forest of Darkness, hence there are many rare treasures. Fighters can entrust their items to the two family. The two family will auction them and collect a fee. That is the gist of it. Because it is held once every half a year, and it is very close to the Forest of Darkness, some high-quality treasures often appear. As for why the people of the Empire did not receive the invitation, I'm afraid Palace Master Jilan would know better. Hua Jilan pouted. They are just afraid of the Empire of Darkness. The 8 great ancient clans of the same generation as the Empire of Darkness, the Legend of Qin and the Ghost Slaughter, were super forces that could compete with the Empire of Darkness at their peak. In the history of the Empire of Darkness, every time it declined, one of the 8 great ancient clans would rise. The rise of the Empire of Darkness is the fall of the 8 great ancient clans. The Two family is one of the 8 great ancient clans. Why would they give us an invitation? Hearing this, Su Yu understood. The 8 great ancient clans and the Empire of Darkness had such a history. Then, I wonder who has the upper hand between the Empire of Darkness and the 8 great ancient clans? Su Yu was curious. Chapter 315. Hundreds of years ago, the 2 ancient clans that dominated the northern continent, the Tu clan and the Yu clan, were suppressed by the King of Darkness. Among them, the Tu clan struggled at death's door while the Yu clan was annihilated by the Emperor and erased from history. This is the only one of the 8 great ancient clans to have its name removed, the Yu clan. Su Yu was shocked. The King of Darkness was really bold, as he had unexpectedly exterminated 2 clans in a row. Among them, the Yu clan was completely uprooted and removed from the world. The remaining 6 great ancient clans occupy the East, South, and West continents, and are on equal footing with the Empire of Darkness, Hua Jilan said solemnly. During this conversation, Su Yu had learned a lot about the continent's secrets. He had once thought that the Empire of Darkness was an invincible existence in the Zhenlong continent. It was only now that he found out about the legends of the 8 ancient clans. Tu Long had an embarrassed expression on his face. Palace Master Jilan, what she said is true. 1,000 years ago, the northern continent was occupied by the Tu and Yu clans. Together with the other 6 great ancient clans, they formed an encirclement to deal with the Empire of Darkness. Hundreds of years ago, the Empire of Darkness was besieged by the 8 great ancient clans. The situation was dire. At the critical juncture, the King of Darkness comprehended a divine skill and came out of seclusion. With a force that could sweep through everything, he forced the 8 great ancient clans to retreat. At the same time, we will step into the northern continent and annihilate the Tu and Yu families. Restore the northern continent, the birthplace of the Empire of Darkness. During this process, the Tu family voluntarily surrendered and managed to survive. However, The King of Darkness ordered that no one from the two family was allowed to leave the dark forest. Otherwise, their names would be erased from this world. Anua City is the furthest the two clan can go. Anua City was actually built by the two clan. They are the true controllers of Anua City in the dark. As for the Yu family, due to their stubborn resistance, they were completely wiped out by the King of Darkness. The next few hundred years will be the unprecedented golden age of your Empire of Darkness. As a result, the Empire of Darkness has set up branch palaces in the east, south, and west continents at the same time. This shows how terrifying the King of Darkness is. In the Zhenlong continent, the King of Darkness is invincible. After hearing this, Suyu was shocked for a long time. What a brilliant and unparalleled King of Darkness. It suppressed past generations, swept through the world, and devoured the world. Just who was this invincible supreme being of the continent? Suyu looked forward to it. Could he reach the level of the King of Darkness by relying on the divine nine-dragon cauldron? After understanding everything, Hua Jilan smiled faintly. Junior Yinyu, what do you think? Suyu's eyes flashed. Haha, the two family does not allow us to go, but we insist on going. What he was looking forward to the most was meeting with the people from the Phoenix Cabinet. Even if he was unable to see Xiana personally, he would be able to ask about her current situation. After being separated for half a year, he wondered how Xiana was doing. The Phoenix Cabinet's master valued her Phoenix of Death bloodline and would definitely nurture her with all her might. With Xiana's personality, would she train seriously? Could it be that she was secretly hiding somewhere and playing with a group of children, making a fuss? Or, did she miss him? A desolate smile appeared at the corners of Suyu's mouth. As he thought about it, he suddenly felt sad and slightly bitter. She was his fiancée in name, but they never had a peaceful day together. Did Xiana, who had a tender heart, feel lonely? Hehe, it is just as I thought. The auction is in 3 days. After we attend it, it will be the night of the full moon. We can head straight to the training grounds. Hua Jilan interrupted Suyu's thoughts. Suyu retracted his expression, nodding his head. All right, we will rest here for the next 2 days. After saying this, Suyu looked at Tu Long. You can go home. Tu Long let out a bitter laugh. Back then, I stubbornly gave up my identity as a member of the Tu family and as the young master of the Tu family, just to see the world outside the Forest of Darkness. Now, how can I return to the clan so easily? Let's follow you and take a look at the Tu clan's auction. We might come into contact with some members of the Tu clan there. If they still remember me, we can go back. If they have already forgotten about me, why should we go back and cause them trouble? He was the young master of the Tu family. The crowd was shocked. They could not tell that Tu Long had such a background. The young master of the 8 great ancient clans. Such a position was no small matter, but he was someone who had given up his identity as a member of the Tu family. Everything was in the past. The group of people rested peacefully in the inn. Suyu did not forget to train even when he was resting. Now that 9 fingers of imaginary thunder had broken through to stage 1 top class, he was trying to comprehend stage 2. Heaven's sun gazing at air had just broken through to stage 1 upper class, and he was still a distance away from stage 2. Lastly was Buddhist Saint's 8 characters. He was only a step away from breaking through to lower class. But strangely, Suyu was unable to break through to the next level. It was as if there was a long threshold between entry and lower class. The difficulty of comprehending this legendary level technique far surpassed immortal level techniques. Over the past 4 days, Suyu had made no progress. He had only stabilized his cultivation level at Immortal Realm Level 1 peak. If he had the chance, he could try to break through to Immortal Realm Level 2. Tonight was the night of the full moon, and it was also the day the Tu families' auction would begin. Suyu and the other 3 left the inn, arriving at the Tu families' auction house in the center of Anua City. The entrance was heavily guarded. There were at least 10 strong Immortal Realm fighters. A white-haired elder sat in front of a table at the entrance, patiently appraising the item in his hand. Suyu walked forward. The elder did not even raise his head. Stop, hand over the deposit. Many auction houses had similar rules. Suyu said, How much do I need to pay as a deposit? The guard replied expressionlessly, the more you pay, the higher the auction seats you can get. You can even get a seat in the VIP room. Su Yu nodded his head, taking out a white dragon plant. He had obtained it from the ancient Xianyun temple, and it had the effect of raising the cultivation level of those below Dragon Realm Level 3. The elder did not even raise his head, merely taking a sniff with his nose. A white dragon plant. Lower class seats, place it on the table. Su Yu was slightly surprised. What powerful appraisal skills. He could tell that it was a white dragon plant without even looking. Whoosh, Su Yu took out a jade box. A fiery red phoenix feather lay quietly within, circulating a resplendent fiery red color. Shreds of warm energy seeped out from the cracks of the jade box. The elder subconsciously took a sniff with his nose, his expression slightly stunned. He could not help but raise his head, his gaze landing on the jade box. He took it and examined it. His indifferent expression gradually changed, becoming serious. This is a phoenix feather. You are not from the cabinet of the phoenix, right? I do not remember them agreeing to participate in the auction. The elder sized up the four of them, his eyes filled with suspicion. It was obvious that he was suspicious that the phoenix feather had come from a shady background. Su Yu creased his brows. Just because I am not from the cabinet of the phoenix, does that mean I did not have the chance to obtain the phoenix feather? Since I dared to take it out, I am naturally not afraid of the people from the cabinet of the phoenix finding trouble with me. The elder's tone was unfriendly. I do not care if you swindled your way here. What I am worried about is people with unknown identities and motives sneaking into the auction to cause trouble. The crowd could not help but be furious. This elder's words were too harsh. He had already reiterated that the phoenix feather had come from a legitimate background, yet he still wanted to label Su Yu and his group as swindlers. Creasing his brows, Su Yu calmly said, "Let me ask you one question. Is the item I gave you qualified to enter?" For some unknown reason, the elder was extremely hostile towards Su Yu and his group. "It is qualified, but I will not allow you to enter. The Tu family has never welcomed lowly people like you." The elder was extremely prejudiced, waving his sleeves as if he was chasing away flies. "Leave, I will not go back on my word." Lowly people? Su Yu did not know how to communicate with such a stubborn elder. This was the Tu family's auction house, and he could not afford to lose his temper. He could only suppress his anger. "All right, we will not enter the Tu family's auction house. We will leave now." Tu Long had secretly sent a message that there was another way to enter, and they did not need to go through this elder. "Have a safe trip, I will not send you off." The elder sat down, letting out a disdainful laugh. He had seen too many people like Su Yu, who thought that he was at ease after being rejected. "Oh, have you finished looking at the phoenix feather? Bring it over if you are." Su Yu grabbed the jade box on the table. But what Su Yu did not expect was for the elder to snatch it first, grabbing the jade box and slowly placing it in his robes. Su Yu's gaze turned cold. "What do you mean?" The elder did not even raise his head, calmly saying, "The Tu family has a duty to confiscate ill-gotten gains. I have said that I obtained this from the master of the Phoenix cabinet." Su Yu's tone was cold. The elder waved his hands in disgust. "Noisy. I will contact the Phoenix cabinet to confirm the origins of this item. If it is true, I will return it to you. Come back in 3 months. He forcefully took Su Yu's item, and actually dared to say that Su Yu would take it back in 3 months. Putting aside the question of whether he could get the item back from the Anua city of the 8 great ancient clans. Even if he could, the phoenix feather was a one-time use item. If they used it all, where would he find more? "My patience has run out. I will warn you one last time, hand it over." Su Yu was burning with anger. Looking at it now, the elder was purposely making things difficult for him, because he wanted to take the phoenix feather for himself. It was rare for Su Yu to be so shameless in front of so many people. Slap! The elder slammed the table fiercely, brushing his sleeves as he stood up, his face filled with disgust and impatience. "I do not wish to repeat myself." Scram! A bunch of lowlifes. Seeing that Su Yu and his group were standing at their original positions, with no intention of leaving, the elder turned his head and berated, "Where are the guard? Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 10 strong martial artists of the immortal realm appeared in a flash and surrounded Su Yu and the other 3 people. The leader of the guards was a strong man of immortal realm level 2 lower tier, Elder Li. What is going on with these 2? The elder, who was addressed as Elder Li, had a look of disgust in his eyes. A few lowly people pretended to be from the Phoenix Cabinet. I only confiscated their stolen goods. Chase them away. If they don't know what's good for them, we can also capture them. The strong man shot a cold gaze toward Su Yu. How daring. I have seen many impersonators, but I have never heard of anyone impersonating the Phoenix Cabinet. Su Yu remained silent, and his face was as cold as ice. They were in cahoots. Su Yu naturally could not be bothered to explain. Only fists could solve problems. Humph. There is no need to quibble. Quibbling is futile. Scram immediately. The strong man thought that Su Yu would defend himself. Without even looking, he raised his hand to chase Su Yu away. Su Yu lifted his head coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. You asked for it. Chapter 316. The guard leader sneered, causing trouble at the 2 clans' auction house. Before you come, shouldn't you ask around about the surname of the Anue city? He had seen many reckless and ignorant people like Su Yu. Capture them and bring them back for interrogation. The leader of the guards stood at the side and said indifferently. The 9 guards acted swiftly, and they immediately attacked Su Yu and the others from different directions. Su Yu said nothing more. There was only one way to communicate with such a person. Force. Tribulation of ice and thunder. Su Yu shouted in a low voice, and a dark cloud formed in the sky. A purple thunder dragon whizzed down, roaring crazily with Su Yu and the other 3 at its center. Pitter-patter, puff. The 9 immortal realm level 1 guards surrounding him did not even have time to react before they were sent flying by a purple dragon. The eyes of the guard leader, who was standing with his arms crossed, shrunk to the size of a needle, sending 9 immortal realm fighters flying with one strike. After his body stiffened for a moment, the leader of the guards came back to his senses. His heart thumped wildly and he spat out a mouthful of saliva. He put on a brave front and scolded, How dare you? How dare you hurt the 2 families' guards? Su Yu's silver hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. Are you joking with me? If I don't hurt them, am I supposed to wait for them to hurt me? As he finished speaking, he strode towards the guard leader. The leader of the guards forced himself to calm down. What do you want? If you dare to harm me, the 2 clan will not forgive you. Su Yu shook his head disdainfully. This is not something a guard should say. As a guard, you should protect your master, not count on him to back you up. Su Yu said indifferently. As he spoke, Su Yu stepped forward and pointed a finger at him. The leader of the guards was frightened and hurriedly responded, Do you think I'm afraid of you? After a while, he calmed down a little. Just now, he was frightened by the tribulation of ice and thunder. Now that he sensed it carefully, he realized that Su Yu was only an immortal level 1, far inferior to him. 3 styles of windbreaker. The guard leader shouted in a low voice. His palms moved like the wind, leaving a series of after-images in the air. Immortal spirit cultivation method first stage small success. Su Yu's expression was indifferent, a small ball of lightning forming on his fingertip. Thunder Star Finger. Su Yu only used 30% of its power. Kylar rumble. As soon as they collided, the guard leader's palm was blasted into a bloody mess. Rub, rub, rub. After being forced back 3 steps, the leader of the guards turned pale with fright. Immortal level 1 perfection. Who are you? How could a 16-year-old comprehend the first level of an immortal spirit cultivation technique? It was impossible for him not to have been nurtured by any force with such peerless comprehension. Su Yu laughed. Oh, you're not going to bring me back for interrogation, but to inquire about my background. Shaking his head, Su Yu stepped forward again and pointed his finger. The leader of the guards felt a sharp pain in his palm. How could he resist it? He hurriedly retreated and roared in sorrow, Don't go too far. Su Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Going too far? Who was the one who wanted to capture me just now? You didn't even give me any chance to quibble and told me to get lost. Not only have you taken my things, But you also want to capture my people. All the good things in the world have been taken by you. Kailar Xiao Chen sent out another lightning star finger, striking the other party's chest. With a miserable groan, the guard leader fainted on the spot. With just this bit of ability, you want to steal things by force. Su Yu shook his head, shooting a cold gaze toward the elder. At this moment, he saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape. His old face was pale, his face turning green as he frantically ran toward the interior of the auction house. You want to leave? Su Yu ran as if he was flying, his figure like an illusion. He caught up to him and grabbed his neck. Let go. The elder was in pain. Whoosh! Su Yu took out a jade box from his robes, laughing coldly. You're already so old, yet you're still playing such tricks. Don't you find it embarrassing? Actually, Su Yu's heart was as clear as a mirror. A master appraiser of the older generation like him had seen countless treasures and people. He knew what kind of person could be greedy for treasures, and what kind of person could not be greedy for treasures. Su Yu's group of 4 did not have high abilities, and their faces were unfamiliar. In addition, they were young and had no elders by their side. They were easy targets to bully. To think that Su Yu's abilities far exceeded what he looked like on the surface, causing them to stumble. I am an appraiser from the Tu family. It is not too late to stop now. If not, the Tu family would not. Slap! Su Yu slapped him across the face, causing the old man to see stars. Unrepentant, Su Yu said coldly. I have told you time and time again that the phoenix feather has a righteous origin. You should have stopped your greedy heart then. I have tolerated your unreasonable actions, and you should have stopped while you were ahead. Unfortunately, you have challenged my patience time and time again. Do you think that your identity as an appraiser can cover up everything? Su Yu threw him to the ground. The elder, who did not have a high cultivation level, spat out blood on the spot. He clutched his waist, letting out a horrible shriek. You say that we are swindlers and despicable. Have you not realized that you are the true despicable one? To covet the items of others, you are unscrupulous. Su Yu kept the phoenix feather, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He lifted his leg, wanting to teach this old thing a lesson that he would never forget. At this moment, a green-haired elder walked out quickly from within the auction house. He was close to 50 years old, his hair half white, with a large amount of silver hair mixed in with his black hair. He wore a grey robe, giving off an imposing aura. Please stop! The grey-robed middle-aged man shouted. Su Yu looked over, gradually lowering his leg. Why, are you here for revenge? This person was not weak, at Immortal Realm Level 2 peak. He was much stronger than the leader of the guards. The wailing elder on the ground looked as if he had found his savior, crawling to the front of the grey-robed middle-aged man. Master, please help me. This person is cruel by nature, trying to barge into the auction. Slap! But before he could finish his sentence, a giant palm slapped his face fiercely. Under the huge force, the elder lost a few of his teeth, his mouth full of blood. His eyes were wide open. Master, why did you, bastard? Still not apologizing? The ones standing in front of you are Palace Master Jilan and Palace Master Yin Yu. The grey-robed middle-aged man was disappointed. The elder's body turned rigid, his teeth chattering. Palace Master. His lips trembling, the elder looked toward Su Yu and Hua Jilan, filled with fear. I'm sorry. Su Yu could not be bothered to look at him. Instead, he turned his attention to the grey-robed middle-aged man, secretly surprised. He had only been Palace Master Yin Yu for a mere 3 months, and had only officially appeared in the sub-palace a month ago. But this person could recognize his and Hua Jilan's identities at a glance. A thread of caution circled Su Yu's heart. The Tu family was trapped in the dark forest, but they were still so well informed. The Tu family was not content with the current situation. Chapter 317. With his identity exposed, Su Yu would not hesitate. Thank you. After thanking him, he entered the VIP lounge with Hua Jilan and the other 2, led by a maid. Looking at the backs of Su Yu and his group of people leaving, Tu Minghua's hearty smile gradually disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy expression. Do you know why I slapped you just now? Tu Minghua said coldly, his hands behind his back. The elder covered his face, saying softly, "You misjudged and offended the wrong people." Unexpectedly, Tu Minghua shook his head. "What does a mere deputy palace master amount to? Unless Ling Xiaotian descends, these two lasses and brat are not worthy of the two families' fear. I can kill them with just a thought. There is only one reason why you were slapped. You are too petty. You used such methods for a mere phoenix feather. It is not worth it." Tu Minghua stared at the elder in disappointment. "Your future depends on how big your heart is. To achieve great things, you must dare to think and dare to act." Tu Minghua seemed to be implying something. The elder shuddered, lowering his head in acknowledgement. "Also, did you notice that one-armed youth?" Tu Minghua suddenly squinted his eyes. The elder froze, thinking back, his expression slowly changing. "He looks like the former young master. Too long." Tu Minghua's eyes glowed. "It really is him." After thinking for a long time, Tu Minghua's eyes glowed coldly. "Since he has already left, why bother him by returning? Go, inform the young master immediately, let him decide." The elder felt the gravity of the matter, not daring to delay, immediately leaving. VIP Lounge. It was spacious and comfortable, overlooking the auction from above. Sitting on the couch, Su Yu was deep in thought. The Tu family was ultimately a threat to the Empire of Darkness. Why did the King of Darkness leave them alive? With the boldness of the King of Darkness, he was definitely not being merciful. But why did he leave the Tu family alone? If the roots were not removed, the weeds would grow again. Could it be that the King of Darkness had some reservations, hence he did not dare to exterminate the Tu family? But the King of Darkness was already the undefeatable ruler of the continent, suppressing all previous kings. Who else could stop the King of Darkness? As he was deep in thought, Tu Long let out a self-mocking laugh. "Looks like I should not have returned." As smart as he was, it was impossible for him not to notice the unfamiliarity in Tu Minghua's eyes. Su Yu did not reply. This was Tu Long's own choice. The auction was about to begin. The crowd below moved. They came from various forces of the northern continent, and their strength varied. While waiting anxiously, Tu Minghua returned to host the auction. "Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited auction has officially begun." Tu Minghua's voice rose and fell. "The first auction item, please enter the stage." Hualala, the curtain was lifted, and two beautiful maids walked over with a tattered ancient scroll in their hands. The first auction item is a beast-taming scroll left behind by the Yu clan, one of the 8 great ancient clans. It's only 30% complete. Hearing this, the audience went into an uproar. More than 90% of the people on the mainland knew nothing about the 8 ancient clans. Only a few people knew about the rumors about them. Who would have thought that the first item to be auctioned in this auction would be the inheritance of the extinct Yu clan of the 8 major ancient clans? As everyone knows, the Yu clan of the 8 great ancient clans are proficient in the art of taming beasts. They can control tens of thousands of beasts for their own use. They have the ability to penetrate through the heavens and the earth. The audience was already in an uproar. Countless people were rubbing their fists, waiting to bid. Even if it was only a third of the scroll, even if its effects were not shocking, it could not match the reputation of one of the 8 great ancient clans. I don't think I need to explain the significance of this scroll. Currently, the client is only willing to exchange it for an immortal level technique, and it must be the complete version. Hearing this, the audience below the stage was instantly more than half gone. An immortal level technique was not difficult for the slightly stronger forces of the northern continent. What was difficult was the complete version. Looking at the world, most of the immortal level techniques passed down from the ancient times were incomplete. The complete version was pathetically rare. Apart from the 3 superforces of the northern continent, the sub-palace of the Empire of Darkness, and the 2 family of the 8 great ancient clans, no other clan could guarantee that they had a complete immortal level technique. Such a high price had blocked most of the people outside the auction. Only a small number of people had hesitation in their eyes. I wonder what type the other party is looking for. Not long after, a questioning voice came from below the stage. Someone was tempted. That's right, let's first explain the type of technique. The value of offensive techniques and support techniques is like heaven and earth. Although they are both offensive techniques, the difference between the different types is like the difference between the clouds and the mud. It is difficult for us to estimate the price of a complete immortal level technique. Tu Minghua smiled and was about to reply. Suddenly, a graceful and indifferent voice resounded in the VIP lounge. Whatever cultivation technique he wants, I have it. This scroll belongs to me. Suyu was familiar with this voice. Wasn't it one of the 4 great sons of the Snow Listening Tower, Wei Tianchen? His tone was extremely arrogant. He did not ask what technique the other party needed, deciding that he had it. This showed how many complete immortal level techniques the Snow Listening Tower had. An immortal level technique with a fire element. Tu Minghua looked toward the VIP lounge. The room was silent for a moment. Creak, a fiery red scroll was thrown out. Tu Minghua grabbed it with his palm, flipping through it. He was full of smiles as he threw the incomplete scroll into the VIP lounge. Congratulations, the exchange is a success. The crowd looked toward Wei Tianchen's VIP lounge, their eyes filled with shock. Suyu was even more surprised. Could it be that Wei Tianchen carried many techniques with him? Hua Jilan's expression turned serious. As expected of the heavenly book, Wei Tianchen, it is rumored that he has a photographic memory and has a photographic memory. He can remember anything that he has seen. Furthermore, he has cultivated a special technique that allows him to extract the memories from his mind and imprint them on a piece of paper. Hence, he is called the Heavenly Book. There was such an extraordinary person in the world. Suyu was secretly shocked. Following which, the auction continued. But the dozens of items were all normal items, far from being as attractive as the first item. Until an item appeared. Next, it is an item from the Tu family. Tu Minghua personally took out a small jade bottle from his robes. A drop of fiery red liquid lay quietly within. The moment it appeared, the divine ice ring on Suyu's finger moved restlessly. Suyu was slightly shocked. The divine ice ring was a broken divine artifact. It had been completely destroyed and lost most of its spiritual qualities. Even so, it moved restlessly and its spiritual qualities were stimulated. What was that red spiritual liquid, for it to be so shocking? The crowd below the stage, which had been silent for a long time, once again erupted in cheers. Oh my God! It is the Tu family's 10,000 soldier liquid. Legend has it that after soaking in it, it can erase the owner's imprint. It is an item unique to the Tu family, one of the 8 great ancient clans. 10,000 soldier liquid. Tu Long had a nostalgic expression. Within the 10,000 soldier pool, a drop is formed every 10 years. If one obtains it, it can be used to cleanse divine artifacts. After 10,000 years of accumulation, there was once a small pool. Unfortunately, it was snatched away by the King of Darkness. Over the hundreds of years, the amount that the Tu family had accumulated was very little. Chapter 318. Even if it's the original solution, I'll need a total of 10 drops to successfully wash away the mark of the Divine Weapons Master. As for the diluted solution, I'll need about 100 drops. On the auction stage, Tu Minghua's voice was full of emotion. That's right, this is the 10,000 soldier liquid. A drop of concentrated liquid can forcefully wash away its owner's imprint if there is a divine artifact. This is the first time the Tu family has taken it out for auction, and also the last time. The audience was in an uproar as they were shocked. Obtaining this liquid was equivalent to obtaining a divine artifact. Many forces were familiar with divine artifacts. Even if he had never obtained a complete divine artifact, he had obtained a fragmented one. However, it had already recognized him as its master, so he was unable to use it. If one was able to obtain a single drop, it would mean that one would be able to successfully possess a divine artifact. Even Suyu was extremely tempted at this moment. In his hands, the divine ice ring could only display 30% of its power at its peak. What is the price? I want it. It was Wei Tianchen again. As soon as these words were spoken, it aroused the dissatisfaction of the audience. Wait. Why only you? I want the 10,000 soldier liquid too. Tell me, what do you want in exchange? The people below the stage were red-eyed and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly lively. Compared to the first beast taming scroll, it was more than twice as intense. Tu Minghua chuckled and said, "The price is simple, a divine artifact. A divine artifact for a drop of 10,000 soldier liquid." The audience seemed to have been splashed with a layer of ice water, deathly silent. Such a transaction was truly not worth it. Even Wei Tianchen hesitated for a moment before saying, "I wonder if the divine weapon you are referring to is complete or incomplete." Tu Minghua replied, "Of course it's complete. What's the use of it being incomplete?" Even with Wei Tianchen's magnanimity, he was still hesitating. A complete divine tool was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. Such a transaction would be a waste of a heavenly treasure. At this moment, a leisurely voice came from another VIP room. "I have a divine artifact in my hands, and I'm willing to exchange it." Kylar, a small bronze cauldron, flew out from the VIP lounge. It was used to refine spirit pills. However, Tu Minghua merely glanced at it before flicking his finger and sending it back. "Sorry, we can't exchange." "Why?" The people in the VIP lounge were still able to keep their composure. Tu Minghua looked around. "What I want is not a low-grade divine artifact, but a mid-grade divine artifact." The crowd was in an uproar. Has the Tu clan gone crazy from wanting the divine artifact? To think that he can think of a complete middle-rank divine artifact. Even the northern continent's 3 superpowers only have one intermediate-grade divine artifact. How could they take it out and trade with them so easily? What a joke. A medium divine weapon is equivalent to a remnant of a legendary-level technique. Its value is far from what a drop of 10,000 soldier liquid can compare to. Hee, the Tu clan wants to test their luck. Is there anyone who is willing to be tricked? The crowd gradually quietened down. Tu Minghua was slightly disappointed. This auction has failed. Next. Su Yu could not help but cast a sidelong glance toward the VIP lounge where the small bronze cauldron had been thrown. He raised his brows slightly. "That is Han Jianglin, right?" Zi Yunxiang clenched her fists tightly. "Yes. I will never forget his voice." It was indeed him. If that was the case, Han Jianglin had indeed come all the way to Anua City for the auction. He just didn't know which one he needed. The rest of the auction was lackluster. Su Yu was not very interested in the last few items. His gaze was still on the cabinet of the Phoenix. Unfortunately, it was as the elder at the entrance had said. The cabinet of the Phoenix did not participate. This is the last item of the show. The final item that everyone has been waiting for. Before the item appeared, the crowd was already in an uproar. It was an auction held once every half a year. Every time, the final item was a shocking item. Whoosh, 10 immortal realm fighters circulated their spirit energy at the same time, laboriously lifting a silver bow. There was only a bow, no arrows. The body of the bow was carved with a silver dragon, vivid and lifelike. It was filled with spirituality, as if it was alive. Apart from the broken divine spear, this was the divine artifact with the strongest spirituality that Su Yu had ever seen. The last item is. Tu Minghua kept the crowd in suspense. He said excitedly, "It is the intermediate-grade divine artifact, the Mountain River Dragon Bow. This bow has no arrows. It only requires the spirit energy in one's body to form an arrow. The power of the arrow depends on the strength of the spirit energy. The stronger the user, the more powerful the power." The crowd was dead silent. They were all in shock. Intermediate-grade divine artifact, how is that possible? The treasure of such a superforce is actually being auctioned. Hiss. Am I dreaming? In the past, the most valuable item in the auction was never as valuable as this. Is this going to start a great war in the North Continent? This bow was worth it for them to fight over. The Snow Listening Tower is taking this bow. Wei Tianchen stood up, his heart thumping. He looked at the bow through the VIP room, his breathing rapid. A intermediate-grade divine artifact was too shocking. "I'm sorry, this bow belongs to the 100 Territories Alliance." Han Jianglin was calm and composed, unwilling to pass on the responsibility. 2 of the 3 superforces of the North Continent had appeared. The crowd was even more silent, no one daring to challenge it. Su Yu's eyes were filled with passion, his emotions surging. It was actually a bow. The first weapon Su Yu had used was Xia Jingyu's fiery red bow. Now, just as the divine ice ring was about to be destroyed, an intermediate-grade divine artifact bow had appeared in front of him. Could it be fate? Wei Tianchen let out a cold grunt. Alliance Master Han, I am here on the orders of the Snow Listening Tower's master to retrieve this bow. I hope that Alliance Master Han will let me have this bow. Han Jianglin let out a calm laugh. A child like you has the right to ask me to back down? It would be the Snow Listening Tower's master himself who descends. You are still lacking. Master Tu, let's talk about the conditions of the bow's owner. Tu Minghua's smile was the same as before. The conditions are simple, a fire-based divine herb. When the two words divine herb entered everyone's ears, it was like a bolt of lightning. Divine herb. It is a legendary item. It is said that it can be exchanged for a remnant of a legendary level technique. How can a divine herb exist in this world? Could the bow's owner have intentionally taken it out to create trouble, knowing that there is no divine herb? In no time, everyone had their own opinions. Wei Tianchen's expression changed, turning ugly. Could it be that there is only a divine herb? It was obvious that Wei Tianchen was stumped. Tu Minghua nodded his head. The other party said that he would only exchange for a fire-based divine herb. Clenching his fists, Wei Tianchen was unwilling to give up, but he observed everything closely. Han Jianglin's expression was calm, taking out a jade box. A fiery red plant laid quietly in the box. It looked like a jade sculpture, its entire body flowing with a crystalline glow. The only flaw was that 30% of the plant had been destroyed, and it was not complete. Flaming Heaven Jade Plant, a fire-based divine herb. The crowd was in an uproar. This can't be real, right? It would have been fine if there was a divine herb. To think that he could take out a fire-based divine herb. It cannot be a coincidence. It is obvious that this medium-grade divine artifact was set for Han Jianglin. That's right, if I am not wrong, the bow's owner had the intention of giving it to Han Jianglin. The auction was merely a process. Su Yu's eyes turned serious. Who was making a deal with Han Jianglin? What kind of existence was able to exchange for a medium-grade divine artifact? Should he participate in the competition? At this moment, Yun Yaz's urging came from the jade box in Su Yu's robes. Kid, why are you not bidding for it? There are many secrets within this silver bow, and it is not as simple as the medium-grade divine artifact on the surface. Chapter 319. What? The medium-grade divine artifact was just a facade, and there was more to the silver bow? Without any hesitation, Su Yu spoke. Master Tu, may I ask, if it is a fire-based divine herb, how should it be decided and who should it be exchanged with? Could the owner of the silver bow be present? Tu Minghua's expression froze, but he quickly understood. Of course it depends on value. The highest bidder wins is the auction's motto. He naturally could not be twisted on such an important matter. Since that is the case, I also have a fire-based divine herb to offer. Creek A jade box was thrown over. Sealed within it was a burning raging flame herb. It was the ice and fire herbs. Su Yu kept the ice herb, while the fire herb was exchanged. The crowd's expression changed. Another fire-based divine herb. My God, is he crazy today? Two divine herbs in a row. Look, be it its completeness, freshness, or the energy it contains, the latter far surpasses the former. Tu Minghua's expression froze, at a loss for a moment. But he reacted quickly, smiling as he threw Han Jianglin's back. Hey, the highest bidder wins. Congratulations, this mountain river dragon bow belongs to you. This bow is extremely heavy, please come backstage to exchange. Saying this, he did not allow Su Yu to speak, bringing the silver bow back to the backstage. Su Yu and the rest immediately left the VIP lounge, going backstage. The so-called backstage was merely a narrow corridor. There was only a curtain separating them from the audience stand. At this moment, Tu Minghua was waiting for Su Yu with a smile. Where's the bow? Su Yu immediately asked. He saw the immortal realm fighters carrying the silver bow, heading deeper into the corridor, with no intention of exchanging it with Su Yu. What do you mean? Su Yu's expression turned cold. Tu Minghua smiled warmly. Hehe, Palace Master Yinyu, please calm down and listen to me. This mountain river dragon bow has caught the eye of the Tu family, so it naturally belongs to the Tu family. This has been the case in the past auctions. The Tu family has the priority to obtain it. Tu Minghua explained. Su Yu froze, his expression turning cold. You mean to say that this auction is invalid? Tu Minghua nodded. You can say that. I apologize for disturbing Palace Master Yin Yu. The Tu family will compensate you later. Su Yu was furious, but he could not refute him. The Tu clan's auction was the Tu clan's territory. The rules were naturally set by them. As an outsider, if he didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality, he could only endure this unreasonable rule. However, Su Yu's eyes glowed coldly. Since that is the case, return my divine herb. Tu Minghua laughed lightly. Palace Master Yinyu, the situation is like this. We have already handed over your divine herb to the guest. He has already left. I think it will be very difficult to catch up to him. What? Zi Yunxiang was shocked. Since you are not willing to trade with Yinyu, why did you give his item to someone else? Tu Minghua chuckled and said, regarding this, our Tu family can only offer our full compensation. Whoosh! Tu Minghua took out a jade bottle that contained a drop of 10,000 soldier liquid. The value of this drop of 10,000 soldier liquid is not inferior to a middle-grade divine artifact. Seeing that we are in the wrong, I will give it to Palace Master Yin Yu as compensation. Tu Minghua did not allow Su Yu to explain and stuffed the item into Su Yu's palm. Then, he cupped his fists and turned to chase after the team that was escorting the silver bow. Su Yu laughed deeply. Master Tu, are you joking with me? You took my item and exchanged it for someone else's silver bow. Then, you threw me a drop of 10,000 soldier liquid that no one wants, and sent me away. Do you think that I am easy to bully? If Tu Minghua was unwilling to trade the silver bow with Su Yu and return the divine herb, Su Yu would not have complained, even if he felt regretful. But since Tu Minghua had given his item to the guest, it meant that Su Yu and the guest had already completed the trade. The divine herb belonged to the guest. The silver bow belonged to Su Yu. But the Tu family had interfered, taking away the silver bow that belonged to Su Yu and throwing him a drop of 10,000 soldier liquid that was diluted 10 times. This bottle of spiritual liquid had attracted scorn and ridicule at the auction just now. Even if it was the original liquid, it could not compare to a middle-grade divine artifact. Furthermore, the Tu family had done something in secret, deceiving the crowd and diluting it 10 times. This was too much of a bully. Hearing this, Tu Minghua turned his head, his expression displeased. Palace Master Yinyu, must you be so unreasonable? I have already used my precious 10,000 soldier liquid as compensation. Logically speaking, our auction house has suffered a loss. Su Yu laughed angrily. You are using a drop of something that no one wants to brush me off. Since you feel that you have suffered a loss, fine, I will return the spiritual liquid to you. Hand over my silver bow. Tu Minghua's expression turned cold. Palace Master Yin Yu, I respect you as a palace master. Do not cause trouble in my territory. Otherwise, this is not a palace of the empire. Tu Minghua finally revealed his true colors. Su Yu could not help but laugh loudly. Unreasonable. You used a bottle of diluted trash to exchange for my middle-grade divine artifact. You even said that I have profited. Su Yu laughed angrily. Tu Minghua, don't force me to attack. To one's surprise, Tu Minghua's expression turned cold. Humph. Palace Master Yin Yu, I think your brain is muddled, unable to distinguish right from wrong. I'm sorry, the Tu family's auction house does not welcome you. I will count to 3, leave immediately. If not, don't blame me for using force. Using trash to exchange for Su Yu's treasure, he still wanted to chase Su Yu away. Su Yu's lips formed a cold smile. There is no need to count. I have already been extremely benevolent toward the Tu family. Do not blame me, you are the ones who forced me. Chapter 320. At this moment. Hee, Palace Master Yin Yu, what arrogance. A mocking voice came from deep within the corridor. They saw the traitor of the Shentian Manor, Gao Kang, standing beside the mountain river dragon bow, laughing coldly. A group of people lifted the silver bow in front of him. Gao Kang took a light breath, revolving the spirit energy in his body, lifting the bow with difficulty. As an immortal level 2 peak, he could lift the bow with his full strength. Su Yu's gaze turned cold. Hehe, didn't you say just now that the Tu family wanted this bow? In the blink of an eye, you gave it to someone else? Raising 3 fingers, Tu Minghua calmly said, since the silver bow belongs to the Tu family, I think that an outsider like Palace Master Yin Yu has no right to interfere. From now on, 1. Putting down 1 finger, Tu Minghua's expression was cold. Just as he had said, the greater the human heart, the wider the future. A mere phoenix feather was not worthy of him extending his greedy hands. A deputy palace master of the Empire of Darkness was also not worthy of his attention. But the Mountain River Dragon Bow, a divine herb equivalent to a legendary-level cultivation technique, was worth the risk, even at the expense of offending the Empire of Darkness. Gao Kang held the silver bow, letting out a cold laugh. Palace Master Yin Yu is rich and overbearing. I believe that you would not mind helping the 100 Territories Alliance by a middle-grade divine artifact. In summary, Han Jianglin had obtained the Mountain River Dragon Bow without paying any price. It was Su Yu who had paid the shocking price of a legendary remnant scroll in exchange for the bow. But now, with the Tu family's favoritism, they had successfully obtained the bow without spending a single cent. In other words, Su Yu had spent money on their behalf to buy the silver bow. This can be considered as your repayment to the 100 Territories Alliance. After all, you came from the Alliance. As a person, you cannot be too ungrateful. Gao Kang let out an evil laugh. Holding the divine artifact, he lifted the curtains with 1 hand and walked out. Su Yu let out a disdainful laugh. To hear the words ungrateful from the mouth of an ungrateful traitor, how ironic. You are willing to be Han Jianglin's lackey. Su Yu let out a laugh, looking down on Gao Kang from the bottom of his heart. A person could be poor, but his ambitions could not be short. Not only was Gao Kang poor, but he also lacked ambition. Gao Kang's expression turned slightly gloomy. He clenched his fists and resisted the urge to attack. He then looked at Su Yu with disdain. Just bark there. I will accept your silver bow on behalf of Alliance Master Han. Sure. After he finished speaking, Gao Kang lifted the curtains with his palm, wanting to leave. Su Yu's smile turned ice-cold. Who allowed you to leave? As he spoke, Su Yu turned his head to look at Zi Yunxiang. I killed a traitor for Housemaster Zi. Housemaster, you won't blame me, right? Gao Kang's defection to the enemy caused Zi Yunxiang to be disappointed and disgusted. Then, he shamelessly boasted and advised her to surrender to Han Jianglin. He had no regrets at all, and Zi Yunxiang only had hatred for him. Go ahead and kill them. Even if you don't do anything, if father is here, he will definitely clean up the family. This kind of disloyal, unjust, and sinister person, everyone has the right to punish them. If father finds out, he will only thank you. Su Yu nodded his head in relief. If that is the case, I will reluctantly help Housemaster Zi dirty his hands for once. Zi Yunxiang's reply caused Gao Kang's heart to feel a stab of pain. At the same time, he was burning with a boundless fury. He could not help but laugh angrily. Yin Yu, do you think that you are so great just because you have become a deputy palace master? You are so arrogant that you want to kill me? A toad trying to eat the moon, you do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. At this moment, Tu Minghua's expression became even colder. He put down his second finger and squeezed out the words from between his teeth. 2. There is no need to count. Su Yu's right eye was filled with a red glow. Creak, a bolt of space energy suddenly appeared beside Gao Kang's body. How could the strong martial artists of the Alliance not know about Su Yu's magical space abilities? Gao Kang's expression changed. He grabbed the silver bow tightly and said coldly, You want to move my silver bow? Don't even think about it. Su Yu's right eye released a red glow, giving off a magnificent dim glow. Who told you that I am a teleportation bow? The person I want to teleport is you. Creak suddenly, the sound of space tearing could be heard. A boundless space energy engulfed Gao Kang and the silver bow. When they appeared again, the space in front of Su Yu fluctuated, and a figure fell out from within. Before Gao Kang could see the surrounding situation clearly, he heard a cold grunt, purple star thunderbolt. In a situation where 60% of its power was unleashed, it was equally frightening. Gao Kang suddenly felt that a destructive thunderbolt energy was very close to him. At the same time that his heart was thumping, Gao Kang's expression changed in shock and he blocked it hurriedly. But how could he block the extremely strong thunderbolt energy in a hurry? Rumble, a deafening roar tore the curtains apart. There was no longer any barrier between the backstage and the audience. The audience, who were preparing to leave, were shocked. When they turned their heads to look, they saw Gao Kang flying backward, spitting out blood and crashing heavily onto the main stage. After which, a silver-haired figure appeared in front of Gao Kang as if he had teleported and picked up the silver bow that had fallen onto the ground. When the Mountain River Dragon bow was in his hands, at once, a shockingly heavy feeling assaulted him. Suyu could not do anything to it with just the strength of his physical body. The silver bow was as if it had grown from the ground and did not move an inch. Without a choice, Suyu revolved his spirit energy and picked it up with great difficulty. He then straightened his back with difficulty. The feeling that the weight of the bow was no less than 100-foot mountain, just holding it was already so strenuous. If he wanted to pull it open, wouldn't it be even more difficult? Furthermore, with a great enemy before him, holding the bow in his hands would be a hindrance regardless of whether he was escaping or fighting. Suyu's eyes flashed. With a thought, his chest became slightly hot. He then saw the silver bow in his hands suddenly disappear. The Cosmos Mirror. In the entire Zhonlong continent, there were no more than 5 people who possessed the item obtained from the historical remains. It was 10 square meters in size and was more than enough to store the silver bow. Gao Kang wiped away the blood, his pupils dilating. Where did you hide the bow? Darn it, it's the magical space ability again. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu dashed toward him and stomped his foot on his chest. Puu! Gao Kang opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were crushed. What you should be concerned about is not the bow, but your life. I have said that I will help Housemaster Z to clean up the sect. Suyu's expression was calm, his eyes filled with indifference. He did not feel any guilt killing this kind of person. But, just as he was about to kill him, chirp, the sharp sound of something breaking through the air came from behind him without warning. Suyu let out a cold smile, his head tilting to the side. He was prepared, dodging a black dart. The tip of the dart was smeared with a green liquid. It was dipped in poison. The two family even dared to poison a deputy palace master of the Empire of Darkness. They were unexpectedly daring. Where did they get their confidence from? The two family was ultimately a threat to the Empire of Darkness. They would be a threat if they did not get rid of them. A bolt of killing intent circled Suyu's eyes. He turned around and sneered, not going to continue counting? There's still 3, you haven't finished counting. Tu Minghua's face turned slightly red. How could he have expected Suyu to hide his abilities so well? First, Suyu had used space teleportation to catch him off guard, then heavily injuring Gao Kang when he was unprepared. In his eyes, even though this was a sneak attack, Tu Minghua, who was nearby, was unable to save Gao Kang. Moreover, Suyu had snatched the Mountain River Dragon bow, its whereabouts unknown. This was a great humiliation. If he had used force from the start, instead of thinking that everything was under his control and insisting on counting to 3, the situation might have been different. Chapter 321. Regardless of the consequences, he had to smear Suyu's name first. After all, the various powerhouses of the North Continent were present. The two families' image could not be destroyed. Suyu remained calm, standing with his hands behind his back. Oh? Snatching someone else's item? Are you talking about the Mountain River Dragon bow? Master 2, why don't you say it again in front of everyone? Was it me or Gao Kang who won the bid for that bow? Why is the silver bow that I paid a heaven-defying price to obtain Gao Kang's item in your mouth? Why is the item that should have belonged to me in Gao Kang's hand? Do you think that I, Silver, am being unreasonable? Could it be that everyone is being unreasonable? Tu Minghua's expression froze. In front of everyone, Any unreasonable behavior would damage the two families' image. Unfortunately, the crowd below was already whispering. Those who could represent their factions were definitely intelligent people. Even though they did not reveal the details, they could roughly guess what had happened. The two-family auction house also does such a thing as swallowing the treasures of the bidders. Furthermore, they actually targeted a vice palace master of the Empire of Darkness. Their guts are shocking. Ha ha ha, as expected, the two-family would definitely not sit idly by for a medium-grade divine artifact. But surprisingly, he even dared to target a vice palace master of the Empire of Darkness. I do not understand where the two families' confidence comes from. After a few hundred years, did they forget the pain after the wound healed? Are they not afraid of angering the King of Darkness and completely destroying the two family? What I think is even more strange is how the silver bow that Palace Master Yin Yu bid for ended up in Gao Kang's hands. This is an interesting plot. If I am not wrong, the two family and Han Jianglin must have reached some sort of agreement. They might have even secretly leaked the requirements of the owner of the silver bow to Han Jianglin. That is why he came prepared. Thus, when Palace Master Yin Yu appeared midway and snatched the silver bow, the two family thought of a way to pass it to Han Jianglin. But what they did not expect was for Palace Master Yin Yu to act so decisively, turning hostile on the spot. Hearing this, Tu Minghua knew that the situation was not good. He had to end this quickly. If he allowed them to continue discussing, the two families' reputation would be ruined. The only thing he could do now was to quickly capture Su Yu and have the two family explain themselves. If not, the consequences would be dire. Palace Master Yin Yu. The two clan has already explained the cause of the matter very clearly. You are twisting words and forcing logic, maliciously slandering the two clan. Even if you are the deputy palace master of the empire, you can't be so presumptuous. Palace Master Yin Yu, please make a trip with us to give us an explanation. Tu Minghua walked over with big strides, his expression cold. The audience was in an uproar. Does the two family not want to live anymore? How dare you treat a deputy palace master of the Empire of Darkness like this? There's going to be a good show. Let's wait and see. Su Yu smiled calmly. You want to capture me, then bring out that specious theory of yours. Tu Minghua took a big step forward. His aura of an immortal level 2 peak was extremely heavy. Shaking his head, Tu Minghua said calmly, unrepentant, my two family does not mind disciplining you on behalf of the Empire of Darkness. Sky Water Seal. Tu Minghua's body trembled, and his entire body turned into wisps of weak aura, merging with the surroundings. Under the influence of spiritual energy, the water vapor condensed into a palm-sized water seal. Su Yu smiled without saying a word. A ball of thunder condensed on his right finger. Purple arcs of lightning shot forth, releasing a frightening power. Tu Minghua shook his head. How regretful. You cannot mount a sneak attack a second time. But Su Yu continued to smile without saying a word, standing at his original position. Only when the opponent's Sky Water Seal attacked did Su Yu extend his finger. In that instant, the ball of thunder doubled in size. A destructive thunderbolt energy that far surpassed what he had previously felt surge. Creak rumble, the water seal evaporated into water vapor under the attack of the dreamy purple thunderbolt. The ball of thunder struck Tu Minghua's body without any resistance. Thump, with a dull thud, Tu Minghua was sent flying back to the backstage, crashing into the wall. The wall cracked, breaking into pieces. Tu Minghua's eyes protruded, his body exploding, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. With just one attack, he was severely injured and half dead. Everyone below the stage was shocked. He could kill an immortal level 2 peak in a direct confrontation? Hiss. If I am not wrong, this palace master Yin Yu is only 16 years old. What frightening talent. Wait. How did his abilities increase so quickly? I heard that he was only Dragon Realm level 5 at the Alliance meet. In just half a year, he broke through to Immortal level 1 peak, his battle abilities no weaker than an Immortal level 2 peak. With such frightening talent, he could be called a super genius, one of the best in the North Continent. It is hard to understand why Han Jianglin was so determined to kill Yin Yu back then. Haha, no matter the reason, I think Han Jianglin's expression must be ugly now. He was supposed to be a super genius of the 100 Territories Alliance, but now he has become a vice palace master of the Empire of Darkness. In the VIP lounge, Han Jianglin's expression was dark, ugly. The little ant that he could kill with a wave of his hand back then had now displayed the battle abilities of a super genius. At 16 years old, he had the battle abilities of Gao Kang, one of the 3 heavenly kings of the Shentian Manor. No matter what reason he had, in the eyes of an outsider, Han Jianglin had handed a super genius over to someone else. The battle abilities Su Yu had displayed were shocking. Tu Minghua's eyes were wide open, pain and shock filling his face. In his eyes, the vice palace master that he could kill with a wave of his hand had hidden the ability to kill him. Su Yu took a step forward, his gaze cold. I could easily kill you head-on, why would I need to launch a sneak attack? At this moment, Tu Minghua's pupils shrank to the extreme, hiding his fear. At this moment, he thought back to his disciple. His disciple had suffered at the hands of Su Yu, and his reflection was that he had misjudged Su Yu. But he had warned his disciple that Yin Yu was not worth mentioning. His mistake was that he was not ambitious enough. How laughable was that when he thought back to it? The one who had misjudged Su Yu was his master. Rumble, Su Yu walked forward, striking Tu Minghua's chest with a palm, killing him. No. I can apologize. Tu Minghua's expression changed, blurting out. This shout caused the audience below the stage to completely understand. It was indeed Tu Minghua who owed Su Yu first. But Su Yu was not so merciful. I do not need your apology. But just as he was about to kill Tu Minghua, a figure flickered over, blocking in front of Tu Minghua. It was none other than Tu Long. With a bitter expression, Tu Long begged, Palace Master Yin Yu, on account that he is from the same clan as me, please let him off. Su Yu's figure froze, his expression cold. Move aside. He had to remove the roots of the problem. If not for Su Yu's exceptional abilities, he would be the one dead today. At that time, if Tu Long begged, would Tu Minghua spare Su Yu's life? The answer was no. You should remember the reason why you are still alive. Su Yu was merciless. Tu Long's bitterness deepened. He had assassinated the vice palace master. This was a huge crime, punishable by death. It was Su Yu who had let him off, giving him a chance to return to Anua City. Chapter 322. Putong. What surprised everyone was that Tu Long bent his knees and knelt in front of Su Yu. He prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed deeply. I know that I am not qualified to beg for your forgiveness. I am willing to serve you for 3 years. Please spare his life. A man's knees are made of gold. The former young master of the Tu clan, the second in command of the Black Water Pirates, had once held a high position and looked down on the masses, accepting the worship of others. But now, he was kneeling in front of Su Yu and begging for mercy for an unfamiliar clansman. Su Yu's heart trembled. Is it worth it? In their hearts, you might not even be the young master. He could no longer return to the Tu family. Tu Long laughed self-deprecatingly. I have no face to return to the Tu family, but the blood of the Tu family still flows in my veins. I have been unfilial for 10 years, and I have no face to return. I only ask that I serve you for 3 years, and do my best to leave some hope for my clansmen. Palace Master Yin Yu, please grant me my wish. Tu Long kowtowed heavily once again. The sound of kowtowing was very loud, very deep, and also very bitter. Perhaps, this was the last thing a prodigal son who could not return could do for his family. If a man has no heart, he will live. If he has no roots, he will die. His family was probably one of the few knots in Tu Long's heart. The fox dies on the hill, not to mention the man. Su Yu slowly retracted his finger, then silently turned around and said, all of you should leave. This is the only time. Tu Minghua stared deeply at the kneeling Tu Long, his voice hoarse. You, our young master, Tu Long? Tu Long slowly stood up, with his back facing him. He lightly said, still not leaving? A glint flashed across Tu Minghua's eyes as he fled with great difficulty. You should also leave, Su Yu said calmly. You and I have nothing to do with each other anymore, and I don't need you to serve me for 3 years. Su Yu had always respected people who valued relationships. Tu Long laughed at himself. My body and cultivation are crippled, but my heart is not. I, Tu Long, have never broken my promises. Su Yu looked at him deeply and let out a deep sigh. Do whatever you want. I hope you won't regret this. After he spoke, Su Yu returned to the auction stage. Gao Kang had yet to execute the traitor of the Shentian Manor. However, Gao Kang was no longer there. He had taken advantage of the battle just now to escape. In his cold eyes, Su Yu's murderous intents were ice-cold. I have said that I will kill you today. No matter who protects you, it is useless. His gaze landed on Han Jianglin's VIP room. Only Han Jianglin and the 30-year-old woman were there. Gao Kang had openly made an enemy of the Empire's vice-palace master. As Han Jianglin, it was naturally inconvenient for him to step out and support Gao Kang. As expected, Gao Kang escaped to a secret place and waited for Su Yu to leave before being brought back by Han Jianglin. It was just that the auction house was in plain sight, so he could only go outside. Whoosh! With a flash of his figure, Su Yu broke through the roof and stood high up in the sky. His crystalline pupils revolved, and everything within a 50-mile radius was under his control. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he saw a figure dragging a heavily injured person who had blended into the crowd. Follow me. Su Yu turned his head and gave a light shout. Hua Jilan and Zi Yunxiang flew over one after another. In the VIP lounge. Bang! With a bang, the wooden chair Han Jianglin sat on turned into wood shavings that filled the sky. He clenched his fists, and killing intent surged in the depths of his eyes. Snatching his silver bow right in front of him, chasing after his disciple. Thinking about how he had killed his son, Han Jianglin wished he could tear Su Yu into pieces. But he could not attack Su Yu directly. Yulian, go. Remember, unless you can kill him, do not show yourself. The 30-year-old woman beside him nodded her head coldly. Yes. I will definitely complete the mission. Han Jianglin nodded his head. Ian, with your abilities, you can definitely kill him in one strike. Even though he has trained his immortal level technique to stage 1 top class, he has no chance of surviving in your hands. Zhen Yulian, 100 Territories Alliance Deputy Master, ranked 3rd, Immortal Realm Level 3 upper tier. With Su Yu's abilities, he would definitely not be able to escape. Within the crowd, Gao Kang seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head to look at the sky, his expression changing in shock. It was Su Yu leading a group of people to kill him. He had wanted to escape back to the inn quietly. But looking at it now, he could only escape as far as he could. Whoosh! Dragging his heavily injured body, Gao Kang escaped for his life. In the face of death, Gao Kang suppressed his injuries and activated his speed. He was as fast as lightning, traversing several miles in the blink of an eye. Su Yu chased after him. After 2 hours, they had chased him out of Anua City and entered the dark forest. Gao Kang used the cover of the forest to hide himself, making it difficult for Su Yu to deal with him. But he could not withstand his injuries, and Su Yu caught up to him. Yin Yu, why do you have to kill me? There is no hatred between us. Gao Kang staggered and fell to the ground. His face was pale, his eyes filled with despair. Su Yu floated down, his expression cold. Now that things have come to this, what is the point of begging for mercy? Han Jianglin is in charge of the Shentian Manor. You had no choice. You were thinking about your life, your future. You had no choice but to submit to him and become his disciple. I can understand that. But what I cannot understand is that you are not apologetic and do not repent. You are not ashamed, but proud of it. You advised Yunxiang shamelessly to surrender to the enemy like you. You worked for Han Jianglin, but I did not see any apologetic feelings from you. Instead, you enjoyed it. Have you ever thought of Housemaster Zi's kindness in nurturing you? Su Yu walked forward, his eyes filled with a cold glow. There must be a price for betrayal. Housemaster Z is not here, so I will take it back for him. Feeling Su Yu's intent to kill, Gao Kang knew that he would definitely die. Hence, he became even more ruthless. Yin Yu, so what if I am a traitor? So what if I am ungrateful? What does it have to do with you? Do I need you to be a busybody? Gao Kang clenched his teeth and roared furiously, as if he wanted to eat someone. Creak, Su Yu's gaze turned cold. He pierced Gao Kang's dantian with one finger, crippling his cultivation level. I am indeed not qualified. Yunxiang should not have a problem, right? Su Yu took a step back, letting Zi Yunxiang do it. Zi Yunxiang's eyes were filled with coldness, without any pity. Do you have anything else to say? Gao Kang's expression turned stiff. Zi Yunxiang was the daughter of the housemaster. If she did not have the right, no one else had the right. If you have nothing to say, then die. Zi Yunxiang let out a low grunt, attacking decisively. But at the moment when he was about to attack. Ha, a group of people bullying a defenseless person. Don't you feel ashamed? An elegant, calm laugh came from a large tree not far away. He saw an elegant young man with a jade-like face floating on the branch of the tree, laughing in a condescending manner. Su Yu had a deep impression of this person. When he entered the city, in order to curry favor with Senior Wei, not only did he cut the queue, he even used his folding fan to point at Senior Wei's chest, forcing him to retreat. This person was none other than one of the 4 great sons of the Snow Listening Tower. With a cultivation level of Immortal Realm Level 3 lower tier, his abilities were not to be underestimated. Su Yu's cold gaze swept past him. What does it have to do with you? Stand to the side and be quiet. Toward this person, even though Su Yu did not want to kill him, it was difficult for him to have a good impression of him. Moreover, it was obvious that he had followed Su Yu from the auction house all the way here. His motive was obvious. Wei Tianchen was determined to get the Mountain River Dragon Bow. Whoosh, the young man floated down, his posture elegant and unhurried. He wore a warm smile, ignoring Su Yu's hostile attitude, introducing himself. I am the last of the 4 great sons of the Snow Listening Tower, Zhong Shui. 4 great sons? Zi Yunxiang and Hua Zhilan were secretly shocked. Being in the North Continent, how could he not know the 4 great sons of the Snow Listening Tower? The strongest geniuses of the current generation were the most dazzling existences in the Snow Listening Tower. Even for Zhong Shui, who was the last, there were not many people in the North Continent who were more talented than him. Zhong Shui seemed to have sensed the 2 beautiful women's surprise. He calmly smiled and said, Since you already know my identity, if you trust me, why don't you leave this matter to me, Zhong Shui? As he spoke, Zhong Shui walked over. Chapter 323. Zhong Shui stopped in his tracks, calmly smiling. What is it? Am I close to you? Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back, calmly asking. Zhong Shui's smile froze, then relaxed. No, but I am one of the 4 great sons. Su Yu mercilessly interrupted him. Since we are not close, why should I trust you? What has this matter got to do with you? Since it has nothing to do with you, who are you to meddle in our business? Zhong Shui froze on the spot, slightly angry. From the first time they met at the city gates, he had disliked Su Yu. He had never thought that he would be the one to provoke Su Yu twice. Suppressing his anger, Zhong Shui forced a smile. I am one of the 4 great sons. Do you not trust me? As for meddling in other people's business, isn't it the duty of a martial artist to help others when they see injustice? Su Yu shook his head. The 4 great sons are famous. Sorry, I've never heard of them. Even if I have, if you want us to trust you, wait until the master of the Snow Listening Tower is here. As for helping others, even a dog that catches a mouse would do the same. You don't need to meddle in our business. Su Yu was merciless. After being rejected repeatedly, Zhong Shui could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. His smile faded, turning into coldness, his expression unfriendly. This young master had good intentions and resolved the grudge between you 2, but you bite the hand that fed you. I will definitely meddle in this matter. Zhong Shui slapped the fan in his hand, his expression furious. Su Yu could not help but laugh. Good intentions? You sure know how to flatter yourself. To put it bluntly, you are just after my Mountain River Dragon Bow. Do you want me to expose you in front of you before you stop? Zhong Shui let out a laugh, arrogantly saying, a mere deputy palace master of the empire wants to slander me with just a few words. I, Zhong Shui, am one of the 4 great sons. Why would I do such a despicable thing? I just could not stand seeing you all bully him with numbers, and felt injustice for him. Zhong Shui clearly had ill intentions, wanting to steal the mountain river dragon bow. Yet, he insisted that he was just trying to help others. Su Yu was amused by his lies. If not for the scene at the city gates, Su Yu would have believed that there was a 10% chance that Zhong Shui was doing something righteous. But from what had happened at the city gates, Su Yu would have believed that Zhong Shui was doing something righteous. Fine, then tell me, how do you plan to deal with this matter? Su Yu asked with a faint smile. Zi Yunxiang was panicking. How could he let an outsider handle this? He was obviously trying to protect Jiao Kang. Hua Jilan frowned slightly. The change in Yin Yu's attitude was somewhat unexpected. Tu Long was puzzled as well. From his point of view, Yin Yu was not the kind of person who would back down. Why would he agree to such an unreasonable request? Zhong Shui smiled. Haha, looks like you've thought it through. Yu Shui Long saying, Zhong, Shu. Zhong Tang. 2. You, Zhong, you and I, with you, with. Hearing this, Su Yu laughed. If I remember correctly, you were there as well. Who was the one who paid the price of the divine herb to complete the transaction? Why do you say that the silver bow belongs to him? You stole my silver bow and got injured by me. Is that wrong? Zhong Shui smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry, I only saw that you paid the price of the immortal herb. As for whether or not the silver bow will belong to you, I'm not sure. As the organizer, the Tu family had clearly given the silver bow to Jiao Kang, so it naturally belongs to him. You injured his people and snatched his things, yet you still have the right to do so. The other party ignored the truth and inverted right and wrong. It was truly laughable. Su Yu couldn't be bothered to explain himself, so he shrugged his shoulders and said, Fine, then what? How are we going to resolve the grudge between us? Zhong Shui chuckled. Since you admit it, then it's easy. To resolve the grudge between the two of you, first, return the silver bow that you snatched from him. Secondly, since you injured him, you naturally have to apologize. You must complete the first condition. As for the second, Zhong Shui looked toward Jiao Kang. Can you give me some face and forgive the other party? After all, you did not explain the matter clearly, causing a misunderstanding. You are also in the wrong. Forgive the other party, how about that? Jiao Kang felt as if he had been pardoned. How could he not agree, nodding his head hurriedly? Fine, I forgive them. I don't need their apology. With the fourth son of the Snow Listening Tower here, in front of such a strong martial artist, Su Yu would have to lower his head, right? Zhong Shui wore a smile, looking toward Su Yu again. Haha, how about it? You can forget about the apology and compensation. Just return the silver bow to the other party. Su Yu said, other than this, is there anything else? No need, this is enough. The grudge between the two of you can be resolved now. Zhong Shui smiled indifferently. Su Yu nodded. All right. After saying this, he took a step forward. Creak, fresh blood splattered everywhere, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Jiao Kang's head was instantly crushed, turning into a pile of mush. He did not even have the chance to let out a horrible shriek before he was stomped to death. The entire place was silent, shocked by Su Yu's sudden action. A thread of fresh blood splattered on Zhong Shui's robes, forming a stark contrast with his stunned expression. After being stunned for some time, Zhong Shui's expression turned sinister. The words he spat out were bone-chilling. You, what are you doing? Su Yu retracted his leg, gently shaking off the blood. Hearing this, he casually lifted his leg. Of course I'm killing him. Didn't you see it for yourself? Zhong Shui's expression became more and more serious. I'm asking you, why didn't you do as I suggested? I had already helped you resolve the grudge. Su Yu spread his hands. Grudge. I have never thought of resolving the grudge. If I kill him, wouldn't the grudge be written off? How strange. You could have resolved the grudge by stomping on him, but you suggested handing over the divine artifact and apologizing to him. From the first time we met, you have been so long-winded. You are so wishy-washy even when doing things. Su Yu shook his head, turning toward Zi Yunxiang. I'm sorry, I had wanted you to kill him. Zi Yunxiang froze for a moment, then smiled. It's all right. You were a student of the Shentian manor for a short period of time. You can barely be considered my disciple. Hehe, that's good. All right, let's go. Su Yu looked at the sky. It was already night time. They had to hurry to the training grounds of the Empire of Darkness. Hua Jilan rolled her eyes at Su Yu. She had really thought that Su Yu was admitting defeat. To think that. Rumble, behind them, a tyrannical and terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Zhong Shui's expression was sinister, his anger burning. Yin Yu, you tricked me. Now that things had come to this, was there a need to say anything? He had purposely given him a chance to mediate, but in the end, he had killed his opponent in front of him. Su Yu could not help but turn back, his lips forming a mocking smile. Tricked you? You were the one who shamelessly wanted to help. What does that have to do with me? No one asked you to be a busybody. Who else can you blame but yourself for humiliating yourself? Zhong Shui's eyes were filled with killing intent. You, stop right there. Su Yu turned a deaf ear, turning to leave. I said, stop right there. A deafening roar came from behind him. Whoosh! Zhong Shui's body was like lightning, blocking them with a sinister expression. Hand over the mountain river dragon bow. Zhong Shui forcefully suppressed his killing intent. He had finally revealed his true colors. Chapter 324. Zhong Shui was about to explode in anger, gritting his teeth. I'll say it one last time. Take out the mountain river dragon bow. Hee hee. Su Yu sneered. Since you failed to be a chivalrous hero, you immediately changed your appearance and became a bandit who blocked the road and robbed others. Are the 4 great sons of the snow listening tower just like that? Zhong Shui was furious, letting out a roar. Yin Yu, how dare you? As he roared, a powerful spirit energy formed waves of energy, causing Su Yu's silver hair and long robe to flutter wildly. But no matter how furious he was, Su Yu did not move, saying with disdain, you think you are powerful just because you shout loudly? If you want to snatch something, you need your abilities, not your throat. Zhong Shui was completely furious. You forced me to do this. But at this moment, the sky was filled with a large number of people. At a glance, there were more than 20 of them. Furthermore, they were all Immortal Realm fighters. The lowest cultivation level was Immortal Realm Level 2. Furthermore, the one leading them was Immortal Realm Level 3. Among the people, there was a person dressed in blood, his face filled with hatred and anxiety. Who else could it be other than Tu Minghua? Su Yu glanced over, his gaze turning serious. When his gaze landed on Tu Minghua, he sighed, indeed, I have to eliminate the root. Tu Long, who was at the side, wore an ashamed and anxious expression. Su Yu had already spared his life, but the other party did not know what was good for him, gathering a group of people to chase after him. Thump, thump, the 20 people descended like a flood of steel. The person leading them was a tall and sturdy man in armor. He had a full beard and a fierce expression. Tu Long turned serious. Palace Master Yin Yu, be careful. The other party is the vice commander of the Anue City Guards, Tai Shi. Not only is he powerful, he has rich battle experience and is extremely dangerous. Furthermore, he has personally trained an iron-blooded team. Even though there are not many of them, they are all Immortal Realm Level 2 fighters. Su Yu nodded. Including Tai Shi, there were a total of 2 Immortal Realm Level 3 fighters. Su Yu had a 90% chance of dealing with one of them. He could barely deal with Tai Shi and Zhong Shui at the same time. What made things even more difficult was the 19 Immortal Realm Level 2 city guards glaring at him. Once he fought with the 2 of them, he would have no time to spare for the others. Tu Long could probably protect himself, but Zi Yunxiang and Hua Jilan were both in the Dragon Realm. In front of an Immortal Realm expert, they did not even have the right to retaliate. They were either captured alive or killed on the spot. The situation was extremely worrying. The only thing he could do now was to escape. However, after Tai Shi descended, he immediately issued an order, surround the surroundings and seal off all paths of retreat. 19 Immortal Realm Level 2 guards surrounded Su Yu and his group of people in the middle. He couldn't even escape. Su Yu's heart sank slightly. Tu Long had an anxious expression. Master Tu, Palace Master Yin Yu has already let you off once, why must you be so ruthless? Tu Minghua's gaze shot towards Tu Long, his face tensed up. He dares to kill me. He is only restraining himself because of the prestige of my Tu family. He wouldn't dare to kill me even if he had the guts. It was clear that Tu Long had knelt down and kowtowed in order to save his life. But now, he turned hostile and refused to admit it. Tu Long's eyes were filled with disappointment. Master Tu, on my account, please let this matter go. Tu Minghua's gaze turned fierce, his nostrils flaring. You call yourself Tu Long? You call yourself the young master who ran away from home? He has long disappeared. You impersonated him and came to Anua City. I have not settled the score with you, yet you have the face to plead for your enemy. These words caused Tu Long's heart to turn cold. How could he not know that the people of the Tu family did not wish for him to return? But, even though they knew that he was Tu Long, they still questioned him. It was truly chilling. Especially since Tu Minghua's life was obtained by kneeling down and begging for it. Master Tu. Su Yu waved his hands, stopping him from continuing his pleading. To a cruel and unscrupulous person, he has already lost his conscience. Your pleading is just trampling on yourself. Dignity cannot be obtained by begging, it can only be obtained with one's fist. Tu Long blamed himself. It was my soft-heartedness that harmed all of you. He spared Tu Minghua's life, but implicated Su Yu and his group, putting them in a hopeless situation. Zi Yunxiang's face was filled with worry. Even though Su Yu was strong, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. The situation did not look good. Only Hua Jilan was smiling with her crescent moon-like eyes. Hehe, Junior, you really know how to cause trouble for me. Hua Jilan surveyed the surroundings, saying something unexpected. I will leave the Immortal Realm Level 2 people to you. As for the two Immortal Realm Level 3s, I will help you deal with them. Hey! Su Yu was shocked. Hua Jilan was merely Dragon Realm Level 7, yet she dared to say that she could deal with two Immortal Realm Level 3 fighters at the same time? Thinking back to how much Palace Master Ling valued her, Su Yu was suspicious. It was rumored that Hua Jilan was the prodigy of the 100 Territories Alliance. An euro could not compare to her. After that, she joined the Empire of Darkness and was heavily nurtured by Palace Master Ling, to the extent that he personally brought her out. The strangest thing was that Palace Master Ling had said that Su Yu was a formidable opponent for Hua Jilan's cultivation. Buzz, buzz, as Su Yu was thinking, Hua Jilan's body released a faint glow. He had seen this scene before. When Inspector Bai He attacked, Hua Jilan's body turned into a glow, then reformed into a human form. It was extremely mysterious. Light shadow technique. Hua Jilan muttered softly. Her whole body released a bright glow, like a dazzling sun, making it hard for people to look at her. Tu Minghua's expression turned serious. This is the legendary body of light. Absorbing sunlight allows one's cultivation level to increase continuously. Furthermore, one can form a second body. Two bodies cultivating at the same time? Hearing this, Su Yu was shocked. To think that there was such a body in this world. Buzz, buzz, a strange scene appeared. When the sunlight dispersed, Hua Jilan was still standing at her original position, but a dazzling figure appeared behind her. Her whole body released a white glow, as if it was a physical body formed by light. From the outline, it looked exactly like Hua Jilan. This was the body of Light's second body. The most shocking thing was that after releasing her second body, Hua Jilan's cultivation level shot up into the sky. From Dragon Realm Level 7 to Immortal Realm Level 3 lower tier. Tu Minghua gasped. When the body of light sealed the second body, it sealed her cultivation level as well. In other words, Hua Jilan's true cultivation level should be Immortal Realm Level 3. Now that the second body was released, it was revealed. Most importantly, the second body formed by light was the same as Hua Jilan, Immortal Realm Level 3. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu's side had two more Immortal Realm Level 3 fighters. Coupled with Su Yu, who could kill an Immortal Realm Level 2 peak, the danger was greatly alleviated. This Hua Jilan was indeed different. Su Yu felt relieved, calmly smiling. Senior sister, I'll leave the other 19 city guards and the task of protecting them to you. Leave the 2 immortal realm level 3s to me. Su Yu naturally had his considerations for this decision. He alone had to deal with 19 city guards, as well as protect Zi Yunxiang. It was a little taxing for him. Hua Zhilan could create a clone to protect Zi Yunxiang, while the other clone could kill the remaining city guards. The 2 Hua Zhilans looked toward Su Yu, rolling their eyes. You can deal with immortal realm level 3s? Even though your level of comprehension is not bad, and your immortal level technique is stage 1 top class, there is a world of difference between immortal realm level 3 and immortal realm level 2. Su Yu calmly smiled. You are not the only one hiding your abilities. Chapter 325. Although she did not say anything, along the way, Su Yu had repeatedly displayed shocking abilities, which had already shocked Hua Zhilan. A mere immortal level 1 peak could defeat an immortal level 2 peak. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. In particular, Su Yu's attainments in cultivation techniques caused Hua Zhilan to gasp in amazement. It was just that this was her personality, so she pretended not to know. Now that he heard that Su Yu was still hiding something, how could he not be shocked? Tu Minghua said solemnly, Commander Taisha, watch out. Taisha stared at Hua Zhilan, his nostrils flared. Do I need you to tell me? You've caused such a huge commotion in the auction house. The clan will make you pay. Tu Minghua was embarrassed, and his gaze toward Su Yu was filled with hatred. If not for Su Yu, everything would have gone smoothly. Taisha's fierce gaze shot towards Zhong Shui, and his voice was loud and clear. If I'm not mistaken, you're Zhong Shui of the Snow's Lament Pavilion's 4 great young masters, right? If you also want to obtain the Mountain River Dragon Bow, it seems that you must first team up with me. After this, we'll decide who gets the silver bow based on our own ability. Zhong Shui didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. All right. Hua Zhilan's sudden outburst gave him a fright. It was equivalent to 2 immortal realm level 3 fighters. With such battle capabilities, if he was alone, he could only escape. We, the 4 great young masters of Snow's Lament Tower, are extremely willing to help you deal with some cruel people. Zhong Shui laughed. Taisha's gaze remained on Hua Zhilan and did not shift away from her at all. Sir Shui, let's begin. However, just as the 2 of them were about to attack Hua Zhilan, his body turned into a ball of light and disappeared into thin air. The next time she appeared, she was behind the 19 guardians, and she waved her hand in the air. Pa pa pa, at once, the 3 immortal realm level 2 city guards were sent flying 100 meters away easily. Before they could even let out a horrible shriek, the 3 immortal realm level 2 city guards died tragically on the spot. Hee, too weak. You have to work harder. Hua Zhilan's crescent moon-like eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. After 100 years, your 2 family has become a little complacent. Let me help you learn from your mistakes. With that, he waved his hand again, and another 3 city guards died on the spot. Taisha's expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat and defend, but he heard Zhong Shui say solemnly, Commander Taisha, let's practice and deal with the doppelganger first. Commander Iron Lion gritted his teeth and joined forces with Zhong Shui to attack the doppelganger. The light shadow clone protected Zi Yunxiang and Tu Long behind it. Just as the 2 of them were flying over, a silver-haired figure flew in front of them. Your opponent is me. Su Yu stood with his arms crossed, facing 2 strong martial artists of Immortal Realm Level 3 at the same time. Instead of being worried, Zhong Shui rejoiced. Are you courting death? Su Yu shook his head coldly. Ha, a chivalrous man is so open and aboveboard, joining forces with others to besiege one person. As a mere deputy palace master, of course I have to take the side of the Avildor. In other words, the 2 of them were shameless and joined forces to attack the clone. Humph. She's in cahoots with you, so she's obviously not a good person. You're all thieves, and everyone has the right to punish you. Zhong Shui tried to defend himself. Taisha frowned. You talk too much nonsense. Attack immediately. Kill both of them at the same time. Su Yu creased his brows. The 2 family had the guts to kill anyone from the Empire of Darkness. It could be seen that the 2 family had the confidence to face the Empire of Darkness in such a manner. Zhong Shui let out a grunt, launching a pincer attack with Tai Shi. Su Yu did not move. Only his deep, starry eyes gathered a cold glow. Finally, the two of them appeared within 3 jong of Su Yu. Hiss! Su Yu finally moved, abruptly taking in a breath of air. At that moment, the spirit energy of heaven and earth moved violently. A terrifying destructive energy was brewing in Su Yu's mouth. Finally, it turned into a ball of destructive energy, heading for the two of them. What? Tai Shi and Zhong Shui's expressions changed at the same time. Their attention was focused on the doppelganger, and they did not see Su Yu as a threat. How could they defend against Su Yu's terrifying attack when they were caught off guard? Buddhist Saints 8 characters. Lin. The heaven-shaking Buddhist voice shook the surroundings. Dust flew everywhere, the spirit energy of heaven and earth moving violently. The destructive sound wave radiated outward with the power to swallow the heavens and earth. Poo, poo, the two figures were like fallen leaves, drifting in 2 different directions. Along the way, blood splattered everywhere. Their bodies were a mess of flesh and blood. They were seriously injured. But Su Yu also spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward. The techniques they used to attack the doppelganger had changed to attack Su Yu in a hurry. Even though their power had been reduced by more than half because they were in a hurry. But when the two of them attacked at the same time, the power was no weaker than a complete attack of an immortal realm level 3. Buzz, buzz, a ball of light attacked, enveloping Su Yu. It was the doppelganger. Su Yu did not have time to examine his injuries, saying hurriedly, "Go, quickly cripple their cultivation levels, or kill them." Buzz, the doppelganger turned into a ball of light, flickering behind Tai Shi and Zhong Shui in the blink of an eye. After crippling their cultivation levels, it brought them in front of Su Yu. Hua Jilan's main body had already killed all of the city guards. The doppelganger was carrying 2 heavily injured bodies. In this battle, other than Su Yu being seriously injured, there were no casualties. The dangerous situation had been easily resolved. But at this moment, "I have waited for this moment for a long time," a raspy female voice floated over from the unseen world. The voice was fleeting, and the source of the voice could not be determined. Surveying the surroundings, he could not detect the presence of anyone. Su Yu's heart was thumping wildly, his eyelids trembling continuously. A cold feeling of death descended upon him without any warning. Not good. Time control. Su Yu gave a low grunt, instantly entering 3 times the normal time flow. Sweeping his gaze across, a scene that caused his pupils to dilate appeared. Behind the doppelganger, there was a ball of twisted, pitch-black shadow. Like a ghost, it was lying behind the doppelganger. What was horrifying was that the doppelganger, with the abilities of an immortal realm level 3, did not detect it at all. She was completely unaware, carrying 2 heavily injured bodies, quickly flying back to Su Yu. "Be careful." Su Yu gave a loud roar. The doppelganger did not understand, but the ball of twisted black shadow behind it had already made its move. A pitch-black palm pierced through the doppelganger's chest. The doppelganger looked down in disbelief, its body disintegrating, turning into spots of light as it dissipated, completely revealing the black shadow. It was a human-shaped shadow, but it was extremely twisted. "It is your turn, Palace Master Yin Yu. No one can save you." The black shadow's voice was raspy, like a ferocious ghost. Whoosh, the black shadow suddenly dissipated. Su Yu could not even detect a hint of strangeness, but the sharp Su Yu could detect a ball of warm air blowing past his ear from behind him. He had already arrived behind him. Hua Jilan was still 100 jong away, unable to save him in time. No, to be more accurate. He should be thankful that she had not gotten close. The doppelganger did not even detect the presence of the black shadow, and was easily killed. If Hua Jilan had come over, she would not have the ability to resist, and would have been killed by the strange black shadow. As for Su Yu, he was heavily injured. He had suffered the combined attack of 2 immortal realm level 3 fighters, and his injuries were severe. His body could barely move. "Die." A cold, raspy voice came from behind him. A cold feeling entered his soul from his back. Chapter 326. At the moment of death, Su Yu's left eye glowed with a purple light. Seal of time. A formless purple dragon coiled around the person behind him. The approaching black figure paused for a moment. Whoosh! A one-armed figure flew out from the side, supporting Su Yu and leaping away. Palace Master Jilan, bring Palace Master Yin Yu and run, I will cover you. Tu Long flew over, handing Su Yu over to Hua Jilan, shouting. Hua Jilan froze. Cover him? With the terrifying abilities of the black-robed man, Tu Long had no chance of surviving. The time he could buy was insignificant. He was sending himself to his death. I should have died, but Palace Master Yin Yu forgave me. I will return this life to you. Tu Long was relieved. His body was crippled, his cultivation level half-crippled. It would be difficult for him to return to his family. He had no more regrets. Hua Jilan nodded, holding on to Su Yu with one hand, grabbing Zi Yunxiang with the other, flying away. At this moment, the distorted black figure recovered from its frozen state. One could faintly see the silhouette of a woman, her eyes filled with shock. Trying to escape. The woman let out a cold grunt, her figure twisting, turning into a ray of light as she gave chase. Tu Long clenched his teeth, striking his own chest with his palm. Under the immense force, he spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering the sky. Within the rain of blood, an almost transparent figure, stained with blood, was shooting toward Hua Jilan. Found her. Tu Long used his self-mutilation method to barely find the figure of the black figure, giving chase. Scram. The woman was furious, shooting out a bolt of spirit energy. Tu Long blocked with all his might, but was sent flying 100 meters away, spitting out blood along the way. He was severely injured. Su Yu lifted his eyelids with difficulty, his eyes filled with shock. Tu Long. They were supposed to be mortal enemies. However, due to a freak combination of factors, they had become half enemies and half friends. Now, with a great enemy in front of them, he was willing to sacrifice himself to give Su Yu a chance to escape. How could Su Yu not be moved? Su Yu's eyes were filled with hatred, and he shot the brush toward the woman, taking advantage of the fact that he was heavily injured to launch a sneak attack, nearly killing him. This person had to die. Perhaps because she was stained with blood, the woman's distorted black figure weakened, her true form gradually revealed. It's you. Han Jianglin's woman. Su Yu had some impression of this woman. Together with Jiao Kang, he followed Han Jianglin to Anua City. The woman's expression changed. She seized the opportunity when Su Yu was heavily injured to launch a fatal attack. Unfortunately, he failed on the verge of success, and his face was exposed. If he did not quickly kill everyone present, and the Empire of Darkness found out. At that time, even without the Empire of Darkness hunting her down, she would still be silenced by Han Jianglin and be cleared of any involvement. Don't even think about leaving. This woman was naturally Zhen Yulian. He was proficient in assassination techniques. Although he was only an immortal level 3 upper tier, he could kill people without them noticing. He was not any weaker than a level 3 peak. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly changed. A tyrannical and earth-shattering aura rolled over. There were 100 strong martial artists of the immortal realm. They were vast and mighty like dark clouds. An unparalleled aura crushed all living beings. 100 strong martial artists of the immortal realm? Such a lineup was sufficient to compete with the 3 superforces of the northern continent. Zhen Yulian revealed a doubtful look. Tu family? Clenching her teeth, Zhen Yulian had no choice but to retreat. Even though Han Jianglin was related to the Tu family, if the Tu family found out that he had killed a deputy palace master, the situation would be even worse. The light became distorted, and Zhen Yulian escaped on the spot. Hua Jilan's expression changed, bringing the two of them to escape quickly. However, her movement techniques were not her forte. Coupled with the fact that she was bringing the two of them, she could not escape too far. Soon, she was surrounded by the 100 strong martial artists of the immortal realm. Feeling the cold killing intent, Hua Jilan's crescent moon eyes turned cold. The Tu family hid themselves so deeply. In the past few hundred years, you have grown so strong in secret. The Tu family stayed in the Forest of Darkness all year round, and it was difficult for outsiders to find out about their power. Who could have expected that, in the past few hundred years, they had secretly nurtured such a huge power, to the point where they could form a four-legged power in the northern continent. Even the Empire of Darkness would not have expected that. The Tu family, once one of the 8 great ancient clans, had recovered 1/10 of its strength. Hee hee. An apathetic light laugh could be heard from the crowd. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The 100-strong martial artists of the immortal realm lowered their heads, opening a path in an orderly fashion. Welcome, young master. The Tu family's young master? After Tu Long gave up his identity as the Tu family's young master, someone naturally replaced him. In the midst of the welcome, a young man dressed in luxurious silk clothes walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. He was about 20 years old, had an ordinary appearance, and looked somewhat similar to Tu Long. He had an extraordinary demeanor, a cold expression, and an evil smile. According to the rumors, Palace Master Jilan is as beautiful as a fairy. However, she has never shown her true face to anyone. I would like to see if she lives up to her name under the veil. The Tu family's young master stared at Hua Jilan with an evil smile, sizing her up secretly. Hua Jilan's eyes were filled with coldness, but she was smiling. How can you believe the rumors? Since I have never shown my true face to anyone, how would outsiders know that I am as beautiful as a fairy? It is merely a rumor spread by busybodies. As for the Tu family, why did you surround the Empire's deputy palace master publicly? The Tu family's young master glanced at the dead Tu family's city guards, as well as Gao Kang. He curled his lips, drawing an evil arc in the air. You killed the city guards, created havoc in the auction house, and killed the bidders. As the manager of Anua City, I naturally have to let you go back and give us an explanation. No matter what your identity is, you have to be punished for breaking the rules of Anua City. Your identity as the Empire's deputy palace master might have some weight in other places, but in Anua City, it is not worth mentioning. The other party was determined to kill them. Hua Jilan laughed meaningfully. Since when was the Empire of Darkness not worth mentioning in front of the Tu family? Looks like you are very confident in yourselves after hiding your strength for a few hundred years. Hua Jilan exhaled and said methodically, your auction house tried to swallow the treasures of our customers. You even sent people to kill us after the auction. Of course, we have to retaliate. The ones who are breaking the rules of Anua City are you, not us. The Tu family's young master stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He smiled evilly. Rules of Anua City? Hee. The rules here are that if the Tu family can set rules, they can break them. Don't talk about coveting your treasures. Even if we want your lives, it is within the rules. Do you understand? The Tu family's young master had a cold smile. Hua Jilan was about to speak again, but was stopped by Su Yu. He is right. Whoever has the bigger fist represents the rules. There is no point in talking further. Put me down. Hua Jilan carefully supported Su Yu's arm, allowing him to stand with difficulty. Lifting his eyes, Su Yu calmly looked toward the Tu family's young master. Leave immediately before we fight to the death. Your Tu family will still have a sliver of hope. The Tu family's young master had a disdainful expression. Ridiculous. Now that things have come to this, do you think that I will allow you to live? Also, the Tu family's young master had an evil smile as he looked at Hua Jilan, then passed by Zi Yunxiang. It is rare for two beauties to come to Anua City. How can I not receive you well? He still had designs on the two of them. So, Palace Master Yin Yu, give up. Even if you kneel down and beg me, it is useless. Go. Capture them. But at this moment, Su Yu shook his head. Who told you that I was begging you? I am only giving you a chance. The Tu family's young master sneered. With your current appearance, what bargaining chips do you have to negotiate with me? With your self-righteous status as the Empire's deputy palace master? You are unwilling to let go of your pointless dignity. Pitiful. But at this moment, a shapeless vortex energy enveloped Hua Jilan and Zi Yunxiang without a sound. Hee. This is a distortion of space. It can send them to a very far place. If they return to the Empire of Darkness and report what happened here, what do you think will happen to the Tu family? The Tu family's young master's pupils dilated, his expression turning serious. How many magical powers do you have? To the Tu family, if any one of them escaped, it would mean their destruction. Su Yu calmly laughed. You only have two choices. First, I will transport them out. What awaits the two family is the destruction of the Empire of Darkness. Second, get out of here before things get to the worst stage. The two families' young master froze, his expression changing. If he insisted on killing Su Yu, Hua Jilan and Zi Yunxiang would escape and report to the Empire of Darkness. The crime of killing a deputy palace master was enough to anger the King of Darkness, especially since the King of Darkness had shown mercy and let the two family off. If the Empire of Darkness took revenge, there was a high chance that the two family would be annihilated. The best course of action was to stop before the two deputy palace masters were harmed. That way, the Empire of Darkness might not go to war. But if he let Su Yu off, he could not forgive the two family members that Su Yu had killed, not to mention the middle-grade divine artifact Mountain River Dragon Bow that shook the North Continent. Clenching his teeth, the two families' young master's expression turned ugly. Did he have a choice? Logic triumphed over his emotions. The two families' young master stared at Su Yu coldly. You win. He could not do anything about Su Yu wreaking havoc in the two families' territory. Let's go. The two families' young master felt humiliated, turning to leave. When he passed by the heavily injured Tu Long, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Bring him along. Su Yu's expression changed. Stop. He's my man. Shut up. The two families' young master turned his head coldly. He is a traitor of the two family. Bringing him back to receive punishment is a matter of the two family. Is it up to an outsider like you to interfere? You should take care of yourself first. Don't push your luck. As the new young master, it was obvious that the two families' young master would not allow the former young master, Tu Long, to live. But if he were to execute Tu Long in front of everyone, he would be criticized. He might as well bring Tu Long back to the family to be punished. With the crime of colluding with Palace Master Yin Yu, even if he did not die, he would be skinned alive. Su Yu watched as the two family members brought the heavily injured Tu Long away, his heart filled with hatred. Even if he were not injured, he would not have been able to stop them. Seeing them leave, Su Yu clenched his fists. If not for Tu Long, he would have died in the hands of Zhen Yulian. If Su Yu did not repay her for saving his life, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Hua Jilan sighed. Even though Tu Long was a bandit for 10 years, he is still a loyal person. This kind of person should not die here. Let's go to the training grounds and improve our physical bodies, then think of a way to save him. Su Yu looked coldly in the direction of Anua City. Fine. I will remember this debt. Tu Long had snatched his silver bow, forced him to the point of being seriously injured, and even killed him. If he did not take revenge for this, he would not be human. But before we leave, shouldn't we deal with these two scum? Su Yu's cold gaze swept past, his gaze like a sharp arrow, shooting toward Zhong Shui and Tu Minghua, who were lying on the ground. Taisha was brought back by the two family members, while Tu Minghua was seriously injured and neglected. Didn't one of you want to help me, and didn't the other think that I would not dare to kill you? With Hua Jilan's support, Su Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intents. Half of his injuries were due to the shameless Zhong Shui. He had coveted the silver bow, but acted righteously and forcefully attacked. The other half was due to Tu Minghua, who had repaid kindness with evil. Tu Long's kindness of begging for mercy had been thrown to the back of his mind by this heartless and unscrupulous person, who had chased after Tu Long with his troops. Both of them could not be left alive. Chapter 327. Tu Minghua fell to the ground, heavily injured. He could not speak, his eyes filled with a pleading glow. I'm sorry. Spare me. Driven by his will to live, Tu Minghua begged intermittently. Su Yu walked over with Hua Jilan's support, his expression filled with disdain. You seem to have forgotten that during the auction, you also had such a fearful and pleading expression. You also said you were sorry and asked me to spare your life. Back then, who was the one who begged for your life? Who was the one who served me for 3 years? It was Tu Long. He knew that you harbored ill intentions towards him, knew that the Tu family would not accept him, but on account that we are from the same clan, he still knelt and became a slave for 3 years, all for the sake of our clan. But what did you do? Su Yu felt indignant for Tu Long. He put down his pride and begged to spare your life, But you immediately sent people to kill him? You knew that he was your previous young master, too long, but you lied through your teeth, insisting that he was an impostor, accusing him of colluding with me. You denied that he had to kneel and kowtow to save you. Are you a beast? Tu Minghua's lips trembled. I'm sorry. But there was only fear in his eyes. There was no remorse, only the fear of survival. Su Yu's gaze turned ice cold. Die. 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 Creak. Even without Su Yu attacking, Hua Jilan was already filled with disgust, piercing his forehead with a finger. Following which, Su Yu's gaze turned to Zhong Shui. Zhong Shui's injuries were much lighter than Tu Minghua's. He struggled to get up, but Hua Jilan's finger shattered his calf, causing him to fall to the ground with a pathetic cry. You want to kill me? I advise you to consider the consequences. Zhong Shui clutched his calf, his handsome face contorted in pain. Su Yu's expression was cold. Consequences? When you were preparing to kill them and seize their treasures, did you ever think about the terrifying consequences of doing so? Could it be that the snow listening tower is already so powerful that the Empire of Darkness cannot touch you, but you can kill us without fear? Zhong Shui's expression changed continuously and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Senior Wei Tianchen is in Anue City. If you kill me, he will not let you off. Hearing this, Su Yu snorted disdainfully. What is there to be afraid of? He's just a lowly person who hides behind others. Su Yu let out a cold laugh. You covet the mountain river dragon bow, but care about your feathers. You let your junior take action, while you hide behind and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. If I'm afraid of someone like him, wouldn't that mean that I'm inferior to him? Su Yu's resolute attitude caused Zhong Shui to regret his actions. Yin Yu, forgive and forget. I didn't cause you any actual harm. Let's resolve this grudge. In the future, I might even be grateful to you. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Su Yu paused for a moment, then shook his head indifferently. I might not be ruthless in my actions, but I might spare those who are worthy of my mercy. Let's not talk about the distant ones, let's talk about the recent ones. The Luxian faction master had wanted to kill him that day. In the end, when Su Yu descended upon the Luxian faction, he did not kill him. Tu Long had caused him more trouble than the Luxian faction master. In fact, Tu Long had caused Su Yu to be on the brink of death a few times. However, he did not kill Tu Long on account of Tu Long's kindness. It's a pity that I can't see any reason to spare your life. Su Yu shook his head indifferently. Letting someone like Tu Minghua off once is enough. There is no need for him to suffer a second time. So, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for choosing the wrong person to kill for his treasure. If not for him forcefully intervening in the matter between Su Yu and Jiao Kang, speaking of justice and helping to resolve the grudge, even if Su Yu did not like him, he would not have attacked for no reason. He had harmed himself. Creak. This time, it was Zi Yunxiang who attacked, slicing his heart with a sword. Why waste your breath on such a person? Zi Yunxiang said in disgust. It is rumored that the 4 great sons are pure and have noble characters. It is not the first time I have admired them. Now that I have met them, I know that it is merely a halo given to them by an outsider. The moon was incomplete, and its fullness was negative. There was no such thing as a perfect person in the world. The more perfect he was, the more hypocritical he was. It is getting late, let's set off quickly. Hua Jilan grabbed the 2 of them, flying away. 2 hours later. Deep within the dark forest. This place is at the edge of the dark forest. There are often footprints of humans here. Hence, demonic beasts rarely appear. Hua Jilan brought the 2 of them to a collapsed relic. The once glorious pavilion had been weathered by the wind and rain. All that was left was a pile of rubble and soil. A large patch of desolate wormwood grew wantonly. If Hua Jilan had not come here intentionally, it would be difficult to discover that under the wormwood was a place forgotten by humans. Break. Hua Jilan took a deep breath. She gathered more than half of her energy, turning it into a palm that blasted open the ground beneath her feet. Crack. With a dull thud, the ground was blasted open, creating a fissure the size of 2 people. An iron door lying on the ground appeared without a sound. The metal door was pitch black, but it had a new look that did not fit in with the relic. This is a spell that Palace Master Ling shot down after discovering that there was a valuable place for training hidden under the relic. It can only be activated with the seal of a Vice Palace Master. As she spoke, Hua Jilan took out her and Su Yu's seals, pressing them onto the metal door. When the two came into contact, the metal door exploded with a black glow. A formless suction force pulled the three of them into the door. Su Yu felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, Su Yu realized that he was in a brightly lit secret underground room. It was less than 100 square feet. It was extremely spacious. There was only a pool in the middle of the underground room. It could only fit 6 people. Moreover, the pool was crimson, giving off a dreamy color. Su Yu felt dizzy after taking a few glances. Hua Jilan's eyes were filled with surprise. She stared at the pool, unable to suppress her excitement. This is our destination, the dream-glazed pool. Hua Jilan took a light breath, suppressing her excitement. Su Yu raised his brows. Didn't we come here to train? The so-called training was to travel around the world and temper oneself. If they were to stay in the pool, how could they train? Ever since they entered the basement, Hua Jilan's pair of beautiful eyes could no longer leave the pool. As she walked quickly towards the pool, she explained, "The training of the body is a training, the training of the heart is also a training. The pool water of the dream-glazed pool will lead you into a dream, allowing you to train your heart. Usually, after passing through the dream, the distracting thoughts in your heart will gradually be resolved. The obstacles in your heart will melt, and your soul and body will become one. There will no longer be any obstacles on the path of cultivation, and your training speed will be much faster. At the same time, you can use the power of the heart to increase your level of comprehension. It is extremely effective for comprehending techniques and the like." Hearing this, Su Yu was surprised. This training was to train one's heart? Moreover, it was extremely effective for comprehending techniques. Su Yu's Buddhist saint's 8 characters had long been cultivated to the limit of the entry level. However, there was a barrier that he could not break through to the lower class. It was as if he was lacking something. As for the divine decree, it was clearly divine grade. However, its power was not as strong as he had imagined. It was also lacking something. Techniques and divine decree had troubled Su Yu for a long time. Could he use the dream-glazed pool to find a breakthrough? Chapter 328. Zi Yunxiang bit her lips. "Can I enter as well?" Hua Jilan creased her brows, a little unreasonable. "I brought you here because you followed Inu. Only the Vice Palace Masters have the right to enter the pool." These words caused Zi Yunxiang's ears to tremble, and she lowered her head subconsciously. "Let her in, the spirit pool is big enough." Su Yu smiled warmly. Hua Jilan rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction. "Do you know how difficult it is to enter the spirit pool? Only one pool is formed every 5 years, and the 10 Vice Palace Masters want to enter even if they have to. The more people that enter, the weaker the effects will be. Will you take responsibility if she affects the effects of our tempering?" Su Yu said, "The 2 of us cannot finish using this spirit pool, so why waste it? Let her in, she will be by my side, so she won't affect you. Is that okay?" At this point, what else could Hua Jilan do? She pouted, full of grievance. "Really, why am I the only one who has to work so hard to enter, while the 2 of you get the chance so easily?" Su Yu smiled. "Yunxiang, come in." Zi Yunxiang's eyes glistened, full of gratitude. Her red face was apologetic, and she curiously entered the pool, sticking close to Su Yu to prevent disturbing Hua Jilan. Entering the pool, the liquid soaked her body, just reaching her chest. Zi Yunxiang's clothes were drenched, and her skin was faintly discernible under the red liquid. 2 voluptuous breasts stuck close to her chest, forming a heart-stirring arc in the spiritual liquid. Under the faint red steam, Zi Yunxiang's beautiful face looked dreamy and illusory, like a fairy covered in red clouds. At such a close distance, Su Yu was slightly distracted, his stomach uncontrollably igniting a flame. Su Yu snapped out of it, averting his gaze, forcing himself to calm down. As if sensing Su Yu's slightly heated gaze, Zi Yunxiang's red face became even redder. She turned her body slightly, lowering her head without a word. Su Yu took a few deep breaths. After calming down, He closed his eyes, attempting the so-called tempering. Not long after Su Yu closed his eyes, the dizziness grew stronger. Along with a wave of pain in his mind, strands of memories and comprehension flowed silently into his heart like flowing water. Xian Er's beautiful figure, like a wild spirit, quietly flashed in his mind. The first time they met in the Twilight Mountains, the second time they met, she was his fiancée. When they first met, her cute and mischievous voice. When they met again, her clear and bright eyes. When they parted, her lonely hesitation. These scenes were like time, like dust, filling every corner of his heart. Faint affection, gentle tender love, bursts of heart-wrenching pain, settled in the long river of life, turning into specks of light, weak, but never extinguished. In the pool, Su Yu clutched his chest. There was a tingling pain there. It was nostalgia, worry, and guilt. Is Xiana doing well? Was he happy? Was he lonely? When she was alone, did anyone talk to her? When she missed her father, did anyone comfort her? When crying, is there a shoulder to lean on? Without him by her side, was Xiana all right? A wisp of moisture rippled in the corner of Su Yu's eyes. Within the crimson mist, a dreamy luster flickered. He had left Xian Er for too long. It was time to get her back. This thought reverberated in the depths of Su Yu's soul and reached his heart, causing the emotions hidden in the depths of his soul to surge out. I want to see Xian Er, Su Yu muttered. At this moment, his thoughts were clear, as if they had been blocked for a long time. A look of understanding blossomed on Su Yu's face. Xian Er was the hidden obsession in his heart. The long period of suppression had become a knot in his heart, affecting his comprehension of techniques and divine decree. Now, this bit of suppression had turned into motivation, allowing Su Yu's faith to be clear. But it was still not enough. When Xian Er's memories faded, another figure quietly appeared. Just like her name, just like her person. Gentle and aloof, like a fairy from the world, like a fairy from a painting. Xia Jingyu. A woman who shook Su Yu's heart. Just like her name, she was like the quiet summer rain, silently moisturizing everything. Unknowingly, she had been deeply imprinted in Su Yu's soul. He could not get rid of her, never to forget her. Was it her every word and action, or was it her quiet and elegant companionship? Or was it something that Su Yu had never met? When they first met, she had given him the credit. When they met again, she had helped him at the relic. When he was besieged, she had stood up to help him. Also, in the evil forest, the beautiful figure who never left him, the tears she shed for him, the coldness when she drew her sword against the holy king for him, and the promise to watch over the world on his behalf. As he reminisced, Su Yu felt as if he was standing on the ground again, looking up at her as she rode the rock, soaring into the sky. It was only at this moment that Su Yu realized that she had been crying when she left. That pair of misty, colorful eyes, that otherworldly clear shadow, and those settled memories were now stirring Su Yu's heart like surging dust, like floating ripples, and like rapid raindrops. At this moment, he realized that in his life, there was once a woman who was willing to do anything for him. At this moment, he realized that in his soul, her imprint was so deep, so hard to erase. Where was she? Was she well? Or was she still alone, smiling with determination, using her eyes to watch over the world in Su Yu's place? He owed her too much, so much that Su Yu could not bear it. Ruo Xiana was an unbearable burden in his life. Xia Jingyu was an unbearable burden in his life. At this moment, Su Yu felt as if he had experienced his life all over again. He saw Xia Jingyu again, relishing every detail of their relationship. An indescribable pain was imprinted in his chest, lingering for a long time. A tear rolled down from the corner of his eye. Crash, the sound of waves came from the depths of his soul, as if a long river that had been silent for a long time was once again flowing. Su Yu's soul had never been so clear, never been so light. Understanding what he was thinking, understanding his true feelings, his soul was elevated. The memories faded. Su Yu regained consciousness, but he was still immersed in the realistic, yesterday's memories, unable to extricate himself for a long time. The stinging pain in his chest and the surging emotions in his heart were like the never-ending teardrops at the corner of his eye. After a long time, Su Yu's eyelids twitched. He slowly opened his eyes, which were hazy with tears. His once deep eyes were now filled with sorrow and nostalgia. Ever since he had left Shinyu Island, his soul had never been so clear and clear. Xiana, Xia Jingyu. Suyu murmured hoarsely. He felt his heart was empty, like the sky, lonely and desolate. After standing still for a long time, Suyu secretly clenched his fists. After this trip, he had to at least visit Xiana to resolve the knot in his heart. You're finally awake. I thought you would never wake up from your dream. Hua Jilan's dissatisfaction could be heard. Looking around, she and Zi Yunxiang had already reached the shore. In the pool, the spiritual liquid was only ankle deep. Suyu stood up, but realized that his body was as stiff as a stone statue. Chapter 329. It's best if you rest here for a while. After not moving for half a month, it would be strange if your body wasn't stiff. Hua Jilan rolled her eyes at him. The two of them had finished tempering their hearts in 3 days, but Suyu had gone through half a month. The more complicated one's heart was, the longer it would take to temper one's heart. Both of them couldn't understand what kind of heavy memories Suyu was carrying on his back. Half a month. Just 2 short memories, but half a month had already passed. All of a sudden, Suyu felt a sense of vicissitudes, as if it was just a dream. After quietly circulating his spiritual energy and harmonizing his body, Suyu discovered, to his surprise, that his cultivation base had broken through a few levels silently, from Immortal Level 1 peak to Immortal Level 2 upper tier in one go. Such an effect was in no way inferior to the Myriad Spirit Fortune Pill. Taking a closer look, Hua Jilan had broken through from Immortal Realm Level 3 lower tier to upper tier. She was refreshed and had an extra shred of elegance. This was the result of tempering her heart. Zi Yunxiang had also broken through from Dragon Realm Level 5 upper tier to Dragon Realm Level 7 upper tier. She had crossed 2 whole realms. It could be said that she had reached the heavens in a single bound. Even Suyu's cultivation had not advanced by leaps and bounds like hers. Her once beautiful face now had an ethereal feel to it. This was the effect of the spiritual liquid. After experiencing the heart tempering, the 3 of them had gained a lot. At that moment, when Suyu tried to comprehend Buddhist saints' 8 characters and heaven's sun gazing at air again, he suddenly realized that the obscure and difficult techniques that he had once found hard to understand were now simple and smooth. The barrier that was hard to break was also on the verge of collapse. With just a little comprehension, he would be able to make a breakthrough. Boom. Roar, however, at this moment, the entire basement shook violently. Hua Jilan's eyes were filled with worry. Damn it, again? Suyu's gaze turned grave. What happened? Zi Yunxiang's face paled. It's a demonic beast. We've been here for 5 days, and there are already demonic beasts gathering here. They're trying to break through the iron door and enter the underground chamber. They've already been attacking for 10 days. It's the beast tide. Suyu's pupils contracted. Before they came, Palace Master Ling said that according to the intelligence, the beast stampede was coming. But unexpectedly, it was at least a month earlier than expected. They were at the edge of the dark forest. If there are demonic beasts here, it means that Anue City has already been attacked by demonic beast. The monstrous beast that is attacking us is no small matter. It is said that the 3rd Deputy Palace Master had once tried to attack this door, but it did not budge at all. However, this attacking monstrous beast is able to shake the entire space. Hua Jilan's expression turned solemn. Suyu's eyes flashed. 3rd Deputy Palace Master? How strong is he? The 4th Deputy Palace Master and Fang was an Immortal Realm Level 3 lower tier. Then the 3rd Deputy Palace Master, Immortal Realm Level 3 peak. Hua Jilan paused between each word. Suyu was shocked, gasping lightly. So, the demonic beast that attacked is most likely Immortal Realm Level 4? Immortal Realm Level 4. In front of such powerful abilities, everything would be destroyed. Even with the combined strength of the 3 of them, they would not be able to harm a single hair on this demonic beast. Boom. The demonic beasts continued to attack. Every time they attacked, the basement would shake. It's no longer possible. That metal door can only last for another 5 days at most. 5 days later, that demonic beast will no longer be obstructed. Hua Jilan's eyes were filled with seriousness. Even though the two of them did not say anything, Su Yu understood that he was a burden to the two of them. If they could leave earlier, why would they be blocked by the demonic beast? They were in such a predicament because they were waiting for Su Yu. Give me some time. Su Yu sat down cross-legged, thinking quickly. The only thing he could do now was to increase his abilities in order to fight against the Immortal Realm Level 4 demonic beast. If he were to comprehend techniques, Su Yu had no confidence that he could cultivate Buddhist Saints' 8 characters to lower class within 5 days. Even if Heaven's Sun gazing at air broke through to stage 1 top class, he might not be able to fight against a strong fighter like an Immortal Realm Level 4. As for the Divine Decree, he had no clue. There was only one way to increase his abilities. Thump! Su Yu had a thought. A dim light flashed in his robes, and a silver light appeared. Following that, the ground shook. It was as if a mountain had suddenly fallen. Hua Jilan and Zi Yunxiang were shocked. Looking at it, they were shocked. Mountain River Dragon Bow? Didn't you shift it to another place? Why is it on you? Su Yu had no time to reply, gripping the bow solemnly. Even though his cultivation level had reached Immortal Realm Level 2 upper tier, it was extremely strenuous for him to lift the bow. He had to channel all the spirit energy in his body into his palms to barely hold the bow. I can only rely on this, Su Yu said seriously. He placed one end of the bow on the ground, his right hand on the bowstring. This bow did not require an arrow. As long as he channeled spirit energy, he could shoot an arrow of spirit energy, its power unfathomable. After all, it was a middle-grade divine artifact that only superpowers possessed. As a palace garrison divine artifact, its power would definitely not be weak. But when Su Yu pulled the bowstring, his expression turned serious. He had channeled all his spirit energy into his palms, but he could not pull the bowstring even a little. It was as if he was pulling a tall mountain. Surprised, Su Yu gave up, passing the bow to Hua Jilan. Try it. Hua Jilan was Immortal Realm Level 3 upper tier. With her cultivation level, she might have a chance. Hua Jilan nodded with force, her eyes filled with excitement. Hehe, poor junior. You have a treasure on you, but you can't use it. Watch me. It would be a lie to say that she was not interested in a middle-grade divine artifact. Circulating 10% of her spirit energy, Hua Jilan held the silver bow in her hands. Even though it was a little strenuous, it did not hinder her from holding the bow. The difference in spirit energy between an Immortal Realm Level 3 and an Immortal Realm Level 2 was like heaven and earth. 10% of her spirit energy was equivalent to all of Su Yu's spirit energy. If not for the fact that Su Yu possessed a legendary-level cultivation technique, he would have died fighting an Immortal Realm Level 3 fighter. Hua Jilan placed her slender fingers on the bowstring, exerting a slight force. Her brows creased, but the bowstring did not move an inch. Thinking about it, circulating 30% of her spirit energy was equivalent to 3 Su Yus pulling the bow. But the bowstring still did not move an inch. A hint of seriousness finally appeared in Hua Jilan's eyes. Creak, her spirit energy doubled, circulating 60% of her spirit energy. But what caused her pupils to dilate was that the bowstring still could not be pulled. Hua Jilan blushed, her ears blushing. She bit her teeth, unwilling to give up, circulating all her spirit energy. Open. 10% of her spirit energy was equivalent to 10 Su Yus pulling the bow. Creak, a light sound, so weak that it could not be heard, was released from the bowstring. It was the bowstring. There was a ripple, a weak arc less than an inch wide. If one did not look closely, they would not have noticed that the bowstring had been pulled back. The bowstring had finally been pulled back, but that was it. Hua Jilan was shocked. What bowstring is this? It is impossible to pull it back. Hua Jilan could not accept the fact that her full strength was only at this level. Hua Jilan put down her finger unwillingly, her face filled with gloom. But at this moment, the weak arc of the bowstring returned to its original position, shooting out a bolt of energy. Rumble, a terrifying power no weaker than an attack from an Immortal Realm Level 2 upper tier exploded, shooting toward the opposite wall. A 5-jong wide hole was blasted open on the wall of the basement. On the ground, There was a groove that had been gouged out by a strong force. It was a shocking sight to behold. Zi Yunxiang opened her eyes wide. Pulling it back by a little bit has such a terrifying power. If it was pulled back completely. Su Yu and Hua Zhilan were stunned, staring at the hole in the wall, their eyes filled with shock. Chapter 330. Compared to the divine ice ring, Su Yu had to admit that Yunyazi was right. Compared to a middle-grade divine artifact, a low-grade divine artifact could not be compared even with 100 stack. Hua Zhilan was stunned for a long time. She reacted, her face filled with excitement. Let's try again. Buzz, buzz, his body flickered with fluorescent light, and a figure condensed from pure light appeared beside him. It was the clone of the body of light. It had the same cultivation level as the main body. The body of light held onto Hua Zhilan's hand. The two of them circulated their spirit energy and pulled the bowstring. This was equivalent to two immortal realm level 3 upper tiers pulling the bowstring together. Creak, finally, a visible curve appeared on the bowstring. It was twice as large as before. Hua Zhilan and the clone let go at the same time. At that moment, a faintly discernible spirit energy arrow the size of a fingernail appeared on the silver bow. As the bowstring shot out, it shot toward the opposite wall. Rumble, in an instant, the entire stone wall trembled. It was a full 3 meters wide, and an enormous, destructive, and deep pit was revealed to everyone. Zi Yunxiang was shocked. The power of an immortal realm level 3 lower tier. Many powerful forces could not nurture an immortal realm level 3 fighter even after hundreds of years. But here, a bow that was pulled at a slight angle could explode with such power, as expected of the divine artifact of a super force. But Hua Zhilan and Su Yu were a little disappointed. Hua Zhilan sighed, returning the silver bow. It is unrealistic to pin our hopes on a divine artifact. Rumble, at that moment, the immortal realm level 4 demonic beast struck even harder, perhaps sensing the commotion in the secret chamber. The entire secret chamber was shaking non-stop. It looked like it could not last more than 5 days. I can only try. Su Yu sat cross-legged, taking out a jade bottle. A drop of red liquid lay within. It was the diluted drop of 10,000 soldier liquid. Tu Minghua had tried to use it to exchange for the silver bow. To think that Su Yu would obtain the silver bow, and the diluted drop of 10,000 soldier liquid. With a murderous look, Su Yu bit his lip and squeezed out a drop of blood. He then mixed the diluted drop of 10,000 soldier liquid with his blood, forming a drop of mixed liquid. He then dripped the mixed liquid into the silver bow. A miraculous scene occurred. The mixed liquid entered the silver bow without any resistance. The incomparably heavy silver bow actually trembled slightly. Then, a drop of blood was forced out of the silver bow. Hua Zhilan was shocked. You want to refine the silver bow? The 10,000 soldier liquid could wash away the blood essence of the original owner. Su Yu's blood essence took the opportunity to enter the liquid and refine it. However, the result was a complete failure. All of Su Yu's essence blood had been squeezed out, and there was no way to refine it. The diluted 10,000 soldier liquid was indeed too weak. Even if it was the original liquid, 10 drops were needed to completely erase the mark. No. Su Yu's gaze turned serious. He placed the blood that he had squeezed out to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. 99% of this is my blood. However, there is still a tiny bit of blood that belongs to the original owner of the silver bow. In other words, a trace of my blood has entered the silver bow. Su Yu stared at the silver bow. His eyes flashed, and he grabbed the silver bow. With anticipation in his eyes, Su Yu tried to grab it. What Su Yu did not expect was that the silver bow, which was originally as heavy as a 1,000 feet tall mountain, was actually as light as a small mountain. Su Yu had used all his strength, causing him to use too much force, and he almost fell. This is the result of refining it. Su Yu was overjoyed. The silver bow was still heavy, able to crush hundreds of ordinary people. However, to Su Yu, it was much easier. He only felt that it was extremely heavy. Compared to before, when he could barely hold it, it was much stronger. Hua Zhilan's eyes were filled with shock, jealousy, and envy. Quick, try pulling the bow and see how powerful it is. Su Yu nodded. He placed his finger on the bowstring, circulating all of his spirit energy, and slowly pulled back. At that moment, the bowstring was pulled back an inch. It was twice as powerful as the combined power of Hua Jilan and her clone. An arrow of spirit energy the size of a pinky appeared on the bowstring. As Su Yu released his finger, it drew a black line in the air, piercing through the stone wall. Rumble, the entire basement trembled slightly. A 2-jong wide hole appeared on the stone wall. The power of Immortal Realm Level 3 Upper Tier. Zi Yunxiang could not hide the shock in her heart. She was shocked by the power of the silver bow, and also shocked by Su Yu's refinement. The power he displayed was more than twice as powerful as Hua Jilan's clone. Compared to when Su Yu could not even pull the bowstring, the power Su Yu displayed was 20 times more powerful. However, it was still far from enough to deal with the Immortal Realm Level 4 demonic beast. Was it still not enough to refine a shred of it? However, just as everyone's hearts sank, they saw the silver bow emit a silver glow. A silvery arrow phantom floated in the air. Under the pure and holy light, there was a peerless murderous aura that made one's heart palpitate. The tip of the arrow was cold like frost, bone-piercing and soul-piercing. The entire basement rumbled, the stone walls exploding. It was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. The boundless killing intent that dominated the world and annihilated all life could be said to be peerless. Raw, at that moment. The ferocious demonic beast that had stubbornly attacked for half a month suddenly let out a cry of fear. Only the sound of the earth being trampled could be heard as the ferocious demonic beasts fled quickly. Whoosh, the silhouette disappeared with a flash, once again entering the silver bow. Hua Jilan and Zi Yunxiang could not understand what was happening. However, Su Yu was shocked. Yun Yazi had said that the silver bow was only on the surface. There was a mystery within the silver bow. Could it be the silhouette of the silver arrow? Teacher, what mystery does this bow have? Su Yu asked secretly. Within the jade box, Yun Yazi laughed. Haha, you are quite lucky. You really picked up a treasure. If I am not wrong, this mountain river dragon bow does not have no arrows. Instead, there is an arrow sealed within the silver bow by the owner of the bow. One needs to refine at least half of the silver bow before it can be released. And this silver arrow is of a higher grade than the silver bow itself. Yun Yazi laughed. Su Yu's heart was thumping. How high is it? Yun Yazi had a faint smile. It is higher than you can imagine. At the very least, it is not inferior to the Palace Garrison Divine Artifact of Palace Masterling, the Broken Divine Spear. What? Su Yu was extremely shocked. The grade of the silver arrow could be compared to the Palace Garrison Divine Artifact. That day, the Palace Garrison Divine Artifact had killed all 4 directions, and the power of it had easily killed Inspector Bai. He was something that Su Yu could never forget. How could he obtain such a terrifying killing weapon one day? Haha, think of a way to obtain the 10,000 soldier pool essence. Release the silver arrow, it will be your trump card. Your legendary level cultivation technique might not be able to compare. Su Yu's mouth was dry, his emotions unable to calm down. The Palace Garrison Divine Artifact was sealed within the silver bow. He had to obtain the 10,000 soldier liquid. Chapter 331. Let's leave quickly, in case we are blocked by demonic beasts again. Su Yu collected his thoughts, keeping the silver bow back into the cosmos mirror and flying out of the basement. Standing outside the iron gate, the ground was a mess. Everywhere was charred black from the fire. What kind of demonic beast was that? Looking at the scene of destruction, Hua Jilan had a grave expression. Su Yu revolved his crystalline pupils, only to see a giant red shadow disappear into the distance. Return to Anua City, Su Yu's gaze flashed. Half a month had passed, Tu Long's fate was still unknown. The group rushed back to Anua City. Along the way, there were not many demonic beasts. It looks like the Immortal Realm Level 4 demonic beasts we encountered were just the vanguard. The true beast tide has yet to arrive. But it will come soon. Su Yu and the group passed by a group of demonic beasts. 4 Dragon Realm Level 5 demonic beasts were fighting over a human's corpse. That was a 10-year-old girl. Beside her was her father, who had been bitten to pieces. The little girl's corpse had suffered the same fate. That pair of widened eyes had long since become dim and lifeless. The blue sky was reflected in his pupils, so distant and so pale. The fear and terror before death had turned into tears that had yet to dry, hanging from the corners of her eyes, reflecting the sunlight. Her corpse became a feast for the demonic beasts. Suyu stopped in his tracks, staring at the pair of eyes, his heart stirring. A wisp of spiritual energy penetrated his body and killed all 4 demon beasts. Hua Jilan's expression was indescribably cold. Let's go. Humans and demonic beasts could not coexist. Following that, similar scenes occurred one after another along the way. Humans dying tragically, demonic beasts celebrating. The vast dark forest had been filled with the stench of blood. This place had long been turned into hell. And this was just the sign of a beast tide. The true beast tide would be even more tragic. With a heavy heart, Suyu and the other 2 entered the city. What entered their eyes was a desolate place. Half a month ago, it was still bustling with activity, a place of wealth. Half a month later, the doors of the shops on the streets were closed. Even if there were people, they were in a hurry, heading out of the city toward the northern continent. Teams of city guards rushed to the city walls, their expressions cold, prepared for battle. A murderous aura pervaded the entire Anue city. Looking from the sky, a large number of humans were fleeing Anue city like a receding tide. Only less than 10% of the martial artists chose to stay. Most of them are here for the rewards. Suyu and the other 2 were standing at the notice board in the middle of the city. Half a month ago, the Anue city master had issued a reward order. In the process of resisting the beast tide, those who contributed would be rewarded. Killing a Dragon Realm level 1 demonic beast earned him 1 merit point. Killing a Dragon Realm level 2 demonic beast earned him 2 merit points. And so on. Killing a Dragon Realm level 7 demonic beast would earn him 7 merit points. However, killing an Immortal Realm level 1 demonic beast would give him 100 merit points. Killing an Immortal Realm level 2 demonic beast earned him 1,000 points of merit. Killing an Immortal Realm level 3 demonic beast earned him 10,000 points of merit. If he could kill an Immortal Realm level 4 demonic beast, he would receive 100,000 points of merit. Among them, 1,000 merit points could be exchanged for an incomplete Immortal level cultivation technique. The most shocking thing was, 10,000 merit points could be exchanged for a complete Immortal level cultivation technique. How precious was a complete Immortal level cultivation technique? In the entire continent, even super forces did not have many of such techniques. However, in order to protect Anue city, the 2 clans had taken it out without hesitation. It would have been fine if that was all. There was one last condition. 100,000 merit points could be exchanged for any treasure in the 2 clans' treasure vault. The 2 clans' 10,000 soldier liquid was said to be comparable to a middle-grade divine artifact. That was where the 2 clans stood. If one could obtain 100,000 merit points, would one not be able to obtain the 10,000 soldier liquid? Even the disciples of super forces would find it hard to control it, much less the great forces. Suyu's eyes glowed. He had tasted the benefits of the 10,000 soldier liquid. How could he not understand its value and its use for Suyu? However, it was impossible to kill an Immortal Realm level 4 demonic beast unless the 2 clan master intervened. This condition seemed extremely tempting, but in reality, it was impossible for outsiders like them to achieve it. The reason why it was announced was to attract fighters to help Anue city kill the incoming beast tide. Suyu thought for a long time, Senior Jilan, I can save too long alone. Bring Yunxiang back to the Inu area. Hua Jilan raised her brows, the attack of the beast tide is dangerous. It is too dangerous for you to go alone. It is because it is too dangerous that you cannot stay. Suyu said seriously, maybe you and I can handle it, but Yunxiang, furthermore, I already have a plan to save too long too many people would be a hindrance. You can go back first. There is no need to discuss this further. Suyu was determined. Hua Jilan thought for a moment, nodding her chin. All right, you are on your own. Unexpectedly, Zi Yunxiang stood at her original position, unwilling to budge. Her expression was one of shame. She was a burden to Su Yu again. Yunxiang, when you return, immediately ask me about the matter I instructed you to find 2 people. One is your father, the other is. Su Yu did not finish his sentence. Hua Jilan was beside him. She was the one who had taken Xia Jingyu away. If Su Yu said it in front of her, his identity as Su Yu would undoubtedly be exposed. The grudge between him and Hua Jilan was a small matter. More importantly, if his identity was exposed, the innocent people of Shenyu Island would be implicated. Hearing this, Zi Yunxiang's expression became better, nodding her head obediently. Ian, I will wait for your return. After taking a deep look at Su Yu, Zi Yunxiang and Hua Jilan left. After they left, Su Yu's gaze shot toward the notice board. A moment later, in a side hall of the Anue City Master's manor, the martial artists were bustling with activity, and it was extremely crowded as they fought to squeeze into the center of the hall. There were a few martial artists working there, anxiously receiving a large group of martial artists. Hey, little brother, I am Huang Chishan. Are you going to sign up for the demonic beast hunt? Do you want to team up with us? A muscular young man was brimming with enthusiasm. This was the place to sign up for the demonic beast hunt. Even though it was nearing its end, there was still an endless stream of martial artists signing up. It could be seen how tempting the Anue City Master's reward was. Su Yu shook his head without hesitation, rejecting him. No need, I am used to being alone. Forming a team with strangers was even more dangerous. The muscular man was displeased, glaring at Su Yu. Little brother, the beast tide is far more dangerous than you can imagine. With your small body, you are not even enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the demonic beast. You rely on your parents at home and your friends outside. You are still young and do not know the dangers of the world. Do you understand? Su Yu creased his brows, a little impatient. I will say it for the last time, no need. Su Yu grunted, clearly rejecting him. Huang Chishan lost his patience, his expression unfriendly. Little brat. I invited you into the army because I think highly of you. Don't be shameless when I give you face. If you don't want to come, then don't come. Do you think I would care about someone like you who hasn't even grown hair? Su Yu creased his brows. He could not be bothered with such a vulgar person. Su Yu lined up expressionlessly, calm and composed. Huang Chishan's chest was filled with anger, and he stared at Su Yu's back, harboring malicious intentions. Soon, it was Su Yu's turn. Are you sure you want to sign up? The person who received them was an elder, his expression strange. He was none other than the elder who had tested Su Yu's abilities at the city gates and had been taught a lesson by Su Yu.